welcome everybody to a special episode of from WLFE-DB Radio, as most of you know, but we are also WLFE-DB.com. We are a digital network. We have expanded from radio to live streaming TV as well. We are now on a brand new service. Actually, I think it's been around a few years, but it's called Stream TV, and it's STRIMM TV. And they are right now in talks with Roku. They're going to be going live on Roku as well. So it's going to expand our visual network as well as having the audio like we do on Amazon Music and all that stuff. I'll throw this back up here. So you can see right at the top of the screen, you can see where it says WLFE-DB.com, and it shows the majority of the bigger names in the audio that we have, like Amazon Music, YouTube, Spotify, iTunes, Spreaker, iHeartRadio, and there's so many more that we have. One of the other things that we're going to talk about real quick tonight is we're going to be talking about these TV channels and how it works, and we're going to introduce you tonight to the host of the shows that are actually streaming on there. And we actually have a small video showing you where to go and how to watch it on stream, which is really cool. It's actually streaming to the WLFE-DB.com website. You don't have to go anywhere else except there. All right. Which I think is fantastic. So without further ado here, we're going to get our first host up here. Hello, Alicia Starr. How are you? Welcome aboard. Guys, we are on a lot of pages tonight that was shared all over. So feel free to ask questions and stuff like that. Each host is going to have about 15 minutes to describe their show and interact with you a little bit, and then chat. That's what this is all about, is introducing you to us as well as stream and some of the other things that we're doing. Hello, Mr. Barry March as well. Yes, it is. Ted Vanson on a Saturday night. Haven't done this since I don't know when. So, all right. So the first gentleman I'm bringing on here has a show called Where's My Sage, and he has a beautiful co-host, and you know, Christine. And we're just going to Christy. I mean, not Christine. She's going to kill me. All right. So let's bring Mike up here right now, and he's smiling in the background because he knows I screwed up already. So.
Oh,
hello,
Teddy,
Mike.
How are you? You're going to get us both killed, and
I know.
Probably me faster than you. So why
don't you tell everybody about your show a little bit and what you guys talk about?
So I'm Mike from Where's My Sage. You generally find me as Mike is under Tactical Bigfoot Research, and I'm the co-host with Christy London, Medium, and Ray K. Master. And I screwed it up again, Reiki Master. And we do a little bit about everything. Tonight you're catching us. We're both out in the field. She is more the paranormal investigator, and I'm the cryptid guy, specializing more in the Bigfoot, or at least that's where my favoritism lies. We do interviews with different guests in different areas of the universe. So we could have somebody on, could be a celebrity chef talking about food and how that works with them in the environment and their energies and how they be an artist, to a Bigfoot researcher and how they like to get in the woods and how that energy gets them off the couch, to folks from Naked and Afraid and the energy that they see working out there. The biggest thing is we're getting out there, we're experiencing life and the different levels of paranormal. And there's somewhere the paranormal will work itself in. We do, like I said, everything from UFO folks to professional chefs to Bigfoot folks. And then we stick in some reading shows. So Christy is a medium, so we will do reading shows. Like next week, we have one coming up. So we kind of alternate week to week, going from an interview show to a reading show. And that way, folks that like the psychic and mediumship readings, that Christy will do those. And then we'll get out and interview, like I said, folks in various different topics. Might even come on to somebody that's doing survival. We've done some authors. And every so often, we'll throw in a live video and interact with our audience from a paranormal investigation or a Bigfoot investigation. So, like yesterday, I jumped on for a little bit and we dealt with our folks doing some Bigfoot research in the URA National Forest. We've done some live streaming to the network on some ghost hunts that we've done throughout the country. So we try to get out where our guests are and do some investigations with them as well. Chrissy's been featured on the Travel Channel's Destination Fear, and I'll be in an upcoming documentary with Small Town Monsters on the Trail of Bigfoot, The Journey, coming out in the next month and a half, 2 months or so.
Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. I know I've been on your show. I mean, a lot of us have, seen your show and stuff like that. And you're actually one of the longest running shows on WLFE. You have, oh my God, you've had so many really great guests, but you're also part of, now you have your own Bigfoot organization, right? Or team as well.
Yeah,
right?
I have my own Bigfoot team that goes out and does research, some scientists and stuff like that. But I'm also part of Steve Call's Squatch Detective team, Eric Altman's Pennsylvania team, and part of Nesra. So I'm part of a couple different teams. And then, like I said, Christy also does consulting with other teams as a medium. And then we do our own. But we've had some wonderful guests on. We've had, Cliff Barrickman on. We've had Jet Tila from the Food Network. She's multiple folks from Naked and Afraid, folks from Ghost Hunters. So we have a lineup that's coming up that's it's absolutely amazing. We've got some great friends in the community that just jump on, and we might do a panel some nights where we might just have an individual guest, and we never know where we're going to go. And that's our big thing. We, like I said, we interviewed Jet Tila, and we thought we were going to talk more about food and the superstition of food, and we kind of got into feng shui, and it shifted a whole different way, but it was still on the paranormal realm.
Wow, that's crazy.
So we never know who we're going to have. Like I said, Teddy, we've had you on. When I started doing investigations, I got out with your team. So we work with a bunch of different folks. So we're always meeting new people. And the biggest thing is for us, and Where's My Sage, is a sample universe. Get out there and get out on the ground. So we might even have various martial arts instructors. Christy and I are both energy healers. So the best thing is bringing energy and opening people's minds to different things. I don't know a lot about UFOs. We had Tom Conwell on talking about his UFO books last week. And it was an eye-opener for us.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Oh, yeah. And Tom's wonderful.
I apologize, folks. I'm in the field. I'm getting ready to go back. I was in the field yesterday. I'm stopping, and I'll probably be back out doing lives this week in the swamps down south. So we never know where we're going to go as a show and where we're going to be live from.
You know what I love about your show, that besides Christy's laugh, oh my God, she gets me with her laugh. I mean, I can't watch her for longer than 2 or 3 minutes because I start busting. I mean, I could roll around on the floor because her laugh is hysterical. But what I like is you guys do a lot of field video and you put it up as well. I mean, like when you're out in a haunted location or, when you're out in the woods. And that's awesome because people don't normally see that when you're a talk show. You're sitting behind a desk or whatever, and they don't get to see you out there doing that stuff. And you do it.
Well, we love our audience. We like to give back to our audience. So and I am blessed with a wonderful co-host that likes to get out in the field. She's in Niagara Falls. I'm south of Rochester. So for us to get together when we get a chance to go do a location, be it like the Star Clark Tin Shop in Mexico, New York. Well, you know what? We're going to stop somewhere on the road. We're going to look at something for Bigfoot. We're going to go live from there, get everybody involved. And then when we're there, our audience is involved. And if we can do it on our show's on Tuesday nights at 8:00 Eastern, we're going to get on there. And we're there to support the rest of our family here on the network. And like I said, we've been around, and but we love our fans and love everybody. We're on a bunch of different platforms, but supporting the Wlfe-Db.com family is a big part of our thing. So, like I said, I have a wonderful co-host, and her reading shows are absolutely amazing. I get mesmerized every time we get on for a reading show and the feedback that we get, because we're taking feedback from the audience. We want validation from whoever's there that's getting a reading. And unfortunately, not everybody gets a reading because the universe brings it the way it is. And she, as a personal business doing it. But, if we can do a reading and the universe says, hey, today's the day. And we use the same streaming platform that we're using tonight. So as you're coming to you for live from YouTube and Facebook, we're coming from those locations. So I'm trying to go through and catch the questions, and we'll get those readings out the best that we can to folks, because it's amazing. And she's usually ended up doing a reading for our guest by the end of the night, and she did last week. So we're always trying to help and get that information back from our guests, because we're honored to have the folks that come on and talk with us, expand our knowledge.
Right. I love where you guys go and what you do. I mean, the show is becoming more popular all the time. You guys have a good following, actually a very dedicated following, which is fantastic.
Yes,
and you guys seem to keep them happy, and they always keep coming back. So they enjoy what you do as well, and that's what it's all about. And to kind of mention what you did, it's like, with streaming on these platforms, we're introducing the new platform tonight, which is Stream TV. And like right now, we are live on Stream TV right now. And all they have to do is go over to Wlfe-Db.com, and the page opens up, and it's right there. The three channels that we have are streaming right now live. And all they have to do is hit that live button, and whatever they're seeing right now changes to this feed, the live feed, immediately. They always have the opportunity to watch what's live or watch the episodes that have already been, taped or recorded. So it's very cool, and there's no interruption unless they interrupt it themselves. So it's just going to open up more doors for us, especially with the stuff that you guys do.
Well, and we really appreciate that. And, it's very important that, if you can catch us live, and our folks try to. We have a lot of folks coming to us from Europe, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and they're up watching us, and they're in there. We want audience participation. We love when our guests interact and ask questions. And then, if you got to go to sleep, because I understand getting up at 4 a.m. to go to work, that's available through our podcast locations that are listed up above through.
Yeah, all the audio for podcasts. Yep, and then all the YouTube pages that we have, like your YouTube for Where's My Sage, the one for WLFE, it's there and now available on stream. This stuff just rotates, and it's completely there 24/7, so you never have to worry about missing an episode of your show.
So get started on one platform, and come join us live on the Facebook or on the YouTube. And we're going to pull that information back, and we're going to interact. We love, like I said, interacting with our guests. So.
Yes, and we do have a question in here. Sandy Griffin wanted to know if you had a Facebook page. And I just do a search up there in the search bar in Facebook and put in "Where's My Sage," and it should come up.
Yes, we have a regular Facebook page. And we also have a private group page, and basically the group page is for folks who've been with us for a little bit, and of course they've got to answer some questions. And then we put some extra content up there, so more of the pictures to where we are in our events. So it generally doesn't go out on there, but the general feeds are going to both YouTube pages. Yes, Lori and Dave are our biggest fans. They're there with us every week. In fact, I just got done getting messages with their husband about 2 seconds before we got on here. So, and you can message us that you got a question about a show we did or a reading. Please don't message us at 3 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, because I'm either going to work or my partner's going to bed, and she'll kill me for doing that. But yeah, but we're there and Christy will probably answer you a lot faster than I am, just because the way my schedule is for work. So
right. So again, you guys, Mike is from Where's My Sage. That's a show on WLFE DB.com. I'll throw that up here for you again. You can find them, like if you go to your search bar on your Facebook, put in Where's My Sage, you should be able to find them there. They're also on YouTube, and they're on every place pretty much where you get your podcasts from. Amazon Music, I mean, you can get it on Alexa, you can get it through your Echo, Spotify, iHeart. It's everywhere there, and now on Stream TV.
If you Google us, you can find us, but you can always come back to WLFE and find us if you search that way. That's right. The best way. And again, the family that's here, there's some great shows, guys. And I'm starting to line off up, and we appreciate that. But please stick around and see what other shows are available, because there's some great shows on the network. So including Teddy's show, and Cindy's.
I didn't even put Paratalk in there tonight. I totally forgot to even put mine in there. So
you got us all started, I mean, that's the thing, I know.
Well, I'll take the last 2 seconds at the end of the night and talk about my show. But Mike, thank you so much for taking the time out to come here tonight and to talk about your show. I know that you're in Florida right now and you're going to hunt the great skunk ape and from the cryptid side, and be safe out there, man. Be safe out there. Stay away from the gators.
Oh, I can't wait to see some more gators. So, all right.
That's all you, brother. Thank you again.
Right. Thanks very much. And have a great night.
All right. You're welcome, buddy. You too, buddy. All right, everybody. So that was Mike from Where's My Sage, and their show is available on WLFE on Facebook, and they're live video like this streaming, as well as you can catch them on the stream, which is on WLFE-DB.com. Okay, so you can check them out there too. In fact, guests are already here. They're in the back, and we're going to be bringing them up. We're going to be bringing up a team, a husband and wife team, and they are called Meet the Authors. We'll be right back with you in a second. All right, my guests right now are, hey, how you doing? It's Rob and Joan from Meet the Author. I'm going to let them talk to you about, they have got so many things going on. I think I'm busy. I know they're busy too. So, Rob, Joan, one of you, why don't you tell them who you are and what your show's all about?
Okay. Meet the Author is about meeting authors, oddly enough. We are authors ourselves, and you can find our book on carternovels.com, and you can also find our books on indiebooksource.com, where we publicize lots of other authors and hundreds of books. And you can find their books by genre or by the author's name. And we invite you to come to that page and just see what you can find that you'd like to read. We've been bringing our authors on, and we like to chat with them about their life, about how they got started writing, about what they write about, what they're writing now, what they have coming up. We've had 3 whole episodes so far, and they've all been really fun. We've enjoyed it, yes. And we agree 100% with what Mike said. We love to have interaction with our live audience. And if you want to watch us live, probably the best place where we can actually see the most of your comments is on Facebook, Meet the Author podcast page.
That's Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Oh, it's Wednesday. Look at me. I screwed up that. Look at it. I'm glad you I couldn't remember, I'm getting up there too, so I'll change that.
So please come
Easy fix.
On Wednesday from 7 to 8, but not next Wednesday because we're taking off.
Yeah, we'll be off next Wednesday.
Okay. Well, one of the things I want to talk to you guys about is that you are a brand new show to WLFE.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, you only have 3 episodes in, and
Yeah.
it's going well. I mean, I've caught your show a couple times already, and I actually met you guys through Dominic, I believe,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
And so actually Genevieve, because you were on her.
Yes.
Haunted
Okay,
Happy Hour.
yeah.
So
Haunted
we've been
Happy
on
Hour.
her podcast a number of times. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, well, she's in the back room too. She's back there. She better not be yawning. I can't really see, but
She wouldn't be on.
she's back there.
Not Genevieve.
Now,
No.
everybody loves Genevieve. Are you kidding me? Now, I
Right?
do have a special co-host. She ran a little late. She's she's in the back room. I'm going to be bringing her up here in just a second. But how are you liking this whole thing with WLFA? Are you finding it to be enjoyable? I mean, do you like being where you are with us?
Yeah. You've been the station has been a great support. You in particular, Ted, of course.
Thank you.
You've helped us along. Things have been very clear. You've helped us overcome a few things that we couldn't see the answers to, and really provided quite an outlet to be able to talk to authors and get them out there and get them known, and let them get their work out there and see what, let them tell their story of how they got involved in it in the first place and their lives, which you can't get just by a written interview, that sort of thing. So.
Right.
I would also
You were going to say.
mention that we're also paranormal investigators, and we belong to a team in Tampa called Tampa Bay Spirits. So I'd have to say that I'm not real excited to see any alligators because I've seen enough to last me a lifetime. But I'm glad that people visiting from upstate New York are enjoying it.
Yeah, there you go.
We don't want more cold weather either. That's why we're here. So.
It's funny. I'm going to throw it off topic here for just a second. I worked late last night, and I couldn't believe that when I was coming home, because we've had some amazing weather in New York, and I drove into a blizzard on the way home. I'm like, where did this come from? and as soon as I was in it, I was out it right back the other side. It didn't last long at all, but I couldn't see anything. It was amazing. But I mean, the whole author thing, it's like, I know that Dom's an author. He's got 2 books. He'll enjoy that in the back room. And but he's not. Yeah, Dommy 2 books. There we go. Jen, if you can hear me, I see that your screen is on, but you're not sitting down. You disappeared on me. I have 2 books too, so Dom's not the only one with 2 books. Just so he's not, his head doesn't swell a little bit, So.
Okay, and you can also find those books, both yours and Dom's books, on Indie Book Source. That is our internet bookstore. So,
well, we say internet bookstore, but the truth is we're not selling the books. Hi, Jena.
Hey, Jena.
We're not selling the books. You can find the books in a direct link on each author's page to purchase the books from wherever they're selling them from.
We're sort of like a conduit for the authors.
To make it easy for people to purchase.
They come, they can read the author's bio. They can look at all their books that they want to list with us. And then when they click on a purchase link, they go right to their Amazon page or whatever, outlet they have. Mostly Amazon, I must say.
Mm-hmm.
So far, all of the authors that we've had on the show have been from Indie Book Source.
Although we've got one coming up on the 17th that is not.
And one that is.
And one that is. So that's going to be a good
Okay,
show.
so every place that they can find you is they can find you in the Wlfe website, as well as now you're streaming on the new platform, which is Stream TV. And then, of course, all the podcasts, wherever people listen to their favorite podcasts. Do you have an actual, like your website and stuff? Throw that at me so we can get that up there as well.
Well, as far as the streaming is concerned, is that what you mean? As far as the live stream?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as far as the live stream,
your regular
Okay, that would be
websites. I mean, something where they can go.
We've
So
got two.
Oh,
We've got two: indiebooksource.com and carternovels.com.
mhm.
And of course, carternovels.com kind of leans toward our books. But
Actually, only our books.
But there is a link to Indie Book Source on there as well.
Yeah.
But also on the indiebooksource.com, we have a Meet the Author podcast page, and you can go there. You can also see the schedule. You can see there's a link to the live Facebook there, and to Wlfe-Db there as well. And then I put all the old episodes on there. So
I spelled that wrong.
You can listen to each one. We didn't see that.
Shocker. You can also watch us on our YouTube channel for Meet the Author podcast YouTube.
That's Indie Book Source YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
So
I think I got it right this time.
Hey, looks good. Looks good.
Jen,
Do thumbs up.
how are you?
I am super, super good now that I've had an hour nap. I'm so sorry. Jason woke me up and he goes, "What time are you supposed to be on?" And I said, 9 Central or 8 Eastern. And he goes, "Jena, that's now." And I was like, I was sleeping. And yeah, so I'm here.
Interesting thing, Ted. Jena is doing an audiobook for us for our first novel, Bioprints, in the O'Rourke series. And we're excited to hear it because we've already heard the prologue and it's awesome. So
yeah,
we're looking forward to
that. So any authors that need an audio narrator,
talk to Jena.
Girl.
Talk to Jena.
She's the best.
She'll do a great job for you.
Thank you guys. That's so sweet. Well, it's a good book, so it's not that difficult, but I'm excited for it. How was the sound on that? Did you guys get to hear the sound on that first one?
I sent you an email on that.
Oh, okay. I must have been napping again. I don't know.
No hurry.
It explains everything.
Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. Well, I'm so excited for you guys. I'm glad I got to be on while you were being interviewed.
Yeah. We are too.
Yeah, I am too. All right. Well, I mean, I want to talk about, because we're excited that you have your 3 episodes in, which is great. They're now streaming on the Variety Unlimited channel, which is great. So you got 3 episodes that are rotating right now through there, which is awesome. And the more you guys have, the more it'll get rotated through. And it's just great to have you guys aboard. I mean, it's nice to have another new show to WLFE, and you guys are great. I'm loving it.
We're glad to be a part of it.
Yeah. Everybody's been great. I mean, it really is a family, and we love all the other shows, and we watch a lot of the other shows and have a really good time.
That's awesome.
And again,
Okay.
interact with everybody. Interact with all the shows, people, because we all like it. We all love to hear from you.
You know, I'm so sorry. I have not checked out your channel yet, and I'm so excited to see your show. I am definitely. So you guys, and I'm sorry I came in late. I just wanted to ask you guys. So you guys come in and do you interview authors? Is that what you said? Or
it's not really like an interview. It's more like a chat. You know, like a chat show where we talk to them about their life and,
we call it
their books.
We call it casual conversation with indie published authors.
And they're not indie published authors either. Some of them actually
are small
published
publishers.
by small publishers. But like the first couple, they're right now doing mostly metaphysical books, but she started out as like a self-help author. She used to raise dogs, and then she became a mystery author, and then she joined a dating service and met her husband. And I mean, they're really an interesting couple, let me tell you. And so then when she met her husband, he introduced her to spirituality because she'd never been spiritual at all.
She was void of it at all.
Mm-hmm. So now they have, and I've beta read a lot of her books, and she is now doing mostly metaphysical books and spiritual books. And she's got a new one coming out. Well, she has one called The Present, which describes everything that I just said about how they met and how she became involved with spirituality. And so they're interesting. So that's a really good one to watch with them. And then the second one was Paul Hollis, and he has written the Hollow Man series. And this man, this author, he's really amazing. I mean, everybody loved that episode. He was an undercover analyst for the NSA during the late 60s, early 70s. Oh yeah, he was there when the Spanish guy was blown up.
President or
and he was right there. He was the one following the terrorists through that whole era. He was in Ireland for the Troubles. I mean, he was part of all of it.
His partner was an MI6 agent.
An MI6 agent was of
wow, that's crazy.
And then this little, not to give away all of his first book, but this little 6-year-old girl got killed. This was in Spain, I believe, right in front of his face. That had been helping him, and she was murdered by the terrorist. And then she would come to him in dreams and help him for the rest of his career.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
It's wonderful that he was open enough to accept that. Not a lot of people are open enough to get that.
Yeah. Well, as you can tell, he's a very interesting person.
Yes.
Well, unfortunately, we've ran out of time for you guys. We've got to get moving on to the next one.
Okay.
Again. Again. So WLFE DB Radio on Facebook. You can check them out there as well. Wednesday nights at 7 o'clock from 7 to 8. Yep, 7 o'clock from 7 to 8. I'll throw that up there one more time. And then you can check them now out on the new streaming platform, which is called Stream, STRIM TV. Go to WLFE-DB.com. The page opens up. It's right on our website. There's 3 channels right in a row. It's the Paranormal View. I can't even think of them all of a sudden. LGBTQ Friends is another channel, and Variety Unlimited. So, and all these shows will continue to go. And then when they go live at their standard time, like Meet the Author at 7 o'clock, there's a little red box that says live. If you click that, it'll cut you away from what you're watching and go right to their live stream, which is amazing. And it's very, very easy. And we will play a little video to show exactly how to do that in a little bit. But thank you, Rob, Joan. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you taking the time out to come and talk to the people.
You bet.
All right. Take care, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So, Jena, nice to have you here, honey.
I am so sorry. I feel so bad. Okay, you guys, seriously, my makeup was like down to here. I went, and it's like I ripped on eyeliner and I did hairspray. So this is what you get.
All right, folks. So if you guys just tuned in, we are doing a live Saturday broadcast off of WLFE-DB Radio on Facebook, YouTube, and so on and so forth. Even on Spotify, iTunes, Spreaker, all the normal podcast areas, as well as Stream TV. So you're able to, this special broadcast is 3 hours. I know it's a long time, but we wanted to give every show that we have the opportunity to talk for 15 minutes or so that you can meet them. And also so you can find out what their shows are about. So before we bring up the new guest, take a look at this. Wow, I don't even know if that played all the way straight through.
I don't know. That was
I
pretty
hope
quick,
it
but
did.
it was good. It was beautiful.
It's cute. It's just a cute little thing, So
Yeah.
now the reason I played that right now is because we have a couple shows. We have 3 shows that are actually LGBTQ friendly. I am an openly gay man myself. In fact, look at my really cool shirt. It says, "Be butch, be fabulous, be you."
Love
Isn't that
it.
amazing? So,
Mhm.
I was so proud of it because it actually is helping some of the LGBTQ community when you purchase the shirt. So it's very cool. So,
Oh, that is
we have 2 shows that are ready to go that are sitting in the back room that I want to bring up. And the first one that I have listed is Across the Pond, and they are an amazing show. And to be honest with you, without the show that's going to be on right after them, which is called Inside the Drag Closet with Jay, if it wasn't for her, I would have never met guys that are actually doing this new show. They've been with us, oh my God, I don't even know how long now. I think they've got like 13 or 14 episodes in. They're fantastic. They're fun. So, let's just talk to them. We'll get them in here. So, there is Scarlet Overkill. Oh my God, dear, you need to shave.
Hey, I know. I'm so scruffy. Look at all this. It's been so long.
Scarlet. You're Scarlet.
Yeah. Just pretend all the makeup's on. I didn't change my name. Sorry.
All right, change your name. Change your name.
And
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
and we have Brett. We have Brett all the way from the UK, who's also joining us here.
Beautiful.
What time is it over there? Brett,
Wait.
fix your mic.
This happens to me all the time.
You should have.
Do you know what it is? It's because he's on an Apple product, and that's the reason that happens. So he has to
iPad?
It's iPad, yeah.
Because
So
I'm on my Apple product, but it's my MacBook, my laptop, and I have no issues.
Can you hear me now?
yeah,
We can
Yes.
hear you.
Yeah.
we got you.
We have this issue like every fucking week. It's so annoying. Sorry. So it's like 20 to 2 in the morning here, so it's quite late.
Oh my.
Okay.
But I felt like
Well,
I wanted to be here, so I thought, why not?
Yeah.
I love when these guys start their show, and it's like constantly you hear Bri go, "Oh, go figures." Can't hear him. It's always something like that. It's constantly happening. But I liked it because Scarlett and the rest of they're like, "Oh, well, we're just kind of censoring him right now. We're not."
Oh my goodness. Hey, I haven't met you guys yet. I am Jena,
Right.
and
Hello.
Hi.
hello. So Brett, my dear, and you said you're where?
London.
London. Love it. I love London.
Mhm.
And you are Scarlett.
Yes, I'm in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Beautiful. I used to live in Pennsylvania, York.
Yes, that's about 40 minutes from me. Not far. Yeah.
Mhm. Well, I haven't gotten to see a lot of your shows. Can you tell me a little bit about what it is before I get down and dirty and watch it?
Well, it was a drunken FaceTime night, and now here we are. So, no, seriously, Brian, Brett, and I were all on FaceTime, just chatting, having a cocktail, and then we were all like, let's make a podcast. I mean, as Ted said, I'm already part of Inside the Drag Closet. I was part of that first, and then now came across the pond. So we just kind of threw the idea together, and we were just like, let's just talk about topics, whether it's gay, or should I say LGBTQ related or not, and then give our opinions. And then the fact that, whether you know about the UK or not, it's much different over there than it's here in the US. So it's like, well, we have 2 different viewpoints then on top of that. So it's really cool to just have different guests and different topics. And usually we try to have the guests relate to the topic. Going forward in the future, I have I don't want to ruin too much surprises for the guests, but I have a vegan friend coming on. And one of my friends is a teacher. So I want to talk about, educators and plant-based lifestyles and just, things that relate to everyday life and relate to our guests that we have on that they can chime in on and give their opinion as well.
That's very cool.
What I like is there are things that Brett will say and Scarlett and Brian will be like, what does that mean? because of
Yeah.
the language difference.
The
Yeah,
barrier.
and it's
Yeah.
so funny. But
I'll be
and if
sitting
you
there
watch
thinking,
the
"Oh, for goodness
comments,
sake."
yeah, and then the comments, like if you watch the people that are making comments, they love his voice, and so they'll be making the comments about, oh, they love Brett's voice, they love it when he talks, and oh yeah, he's got followers here in America, he does.
Yeah, I've definitely got more followers in America since I started this show. They're definitely fans.
It's I tell you, it's your accent. It doesn't matter what you look like. You could put, for women or men, I'm sure, you could put your face over, or you could put your hand over your face, and all you'd have to do is talk, and girls and men would probably swoon. Ooh.
Okay, I need to move to America then, because they're definitely not swimming in the UK.
Oh, no. Well, you do well in America.
Yeah.
I personal opinion.
See, now you got to move, Brett.
Mhm. You'd be a popular boy here.
There you go. So now, so you guys actually met each other before, or is this just a collaboration like over the internet?
So basically, me and Brian met on Facebook like way back in the day, about 5 years ago. To this day, we still don't know how we met. We think it was related to Britney Spears, random one. There was back in the day, there was like loads of Facebook groups, and we think it was in a Britney Spears fan group. And we chat. You know how it is on Facebook. You meet someone, you chat occasionally. You have those. You suddenly pop up, or you like each other's posts. It was like one of those, and then suddenly we started chatting loads. In the end of 2019, I would say summer 2019, and then I was then meant to come to America, so me and Brian were going to meet, and then obviously COVID hit, and then suddenly I don't actually remember any of the first conversation I had with Matthew. He regularly reminds me of this conversation, but because obviously we're like 5 hours ahead, I was probably quite drunk, and so I was drunk, but so we met virtually, but we're hoping to meet in this summer, hopefully, because I'm due to fly over, hopefully, and hopefully do sort of a fun show in face-to-face in America, which should be fun.
I'm not sure if I understood. Did you say because I'm beautiful? I thought I heard you say that, darling. I thought I really did it. It was wonderful. I was like, you go. I love it. And I'm beautiful. I should throw that in some of my sentences. I'll be like, hey, yeah, what's the weather like? I'm so beautiful, but it's probably going to be cloudy. Wouldn't that be fun? Oh, I do it in a heartbeat.
Oh, so Jeremy has just told me. So Jeremy is Matthew's husband and our sort of behind the scenes sort of guy who does amazing stuff. He said that Brian and me met because Jeremy showed him my drunken Snapchat and he followed me. So that's how we met.
Oh my God! Drunken Snapchat.
Yeah. I mean, but isn't that how you like literally? I mean, hopefully post-COVID it goes back to the same way, but like drunkenly meeting people on Snapchat. Like literally, Brian and I used to go out all the time in Philly, and we'd just show up to the bar and get drunk, and then you'd see all these people just on Snapchat, like putting their stories up of taking shots, and then you pop into someone's Snapchat, and then you wake up the next morning, you have all these new friends on Snapchat, and all these people in your stories, you're like, who the hell is that? And you have no idea because you've never met, but somehow you like became friends with them on Snapchat because you were at the bar.
It's like when you go clubbing and you meet about 4 people every time you go to the loo, and you have a full-on conversation. You have all the emotions, and then you're heartbroken because you have to leave them to join your friends.
Oh my gosh, that is so funny.
I love that analogy.
Yeah,
it's so good.
Yeah. Well, I got to be honest with you. I watch almost every episode that Across the Pond puts on. When I get the opportunity, like I know that I'm up all the time, so there'll be a time where I'm sitting there and I'm just like, oh, I haven't watched their podcast because I try to catch everybody's, just a little bit. Yeah. And for some reason, a topic they're talking about, I get on and I'm listening. I'm just like, oh my God, they're hysterical. And I don't even know if they understand that they're being funny. But it's like the way they respond to each other and all that stuff. I'm like, oh my God, these guys are freaking awesome. I mean, they're just hysterical, And so I tell everybody, it's like, you want to laugh, you got to watch Across the Pond. I know they're talking about serious topics, but just between the way that you three interact with each other, it's like you're brothers, to be honest with you, or sisters, however you want to put it. It's like, it's just amazing. And I love that you guys have bringing up the LGBTQ, point of view for everyday topics, because I think that's important, because people look at gay people differently than they do as straight people, and they don't realize we're exactly the same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
They think that our normal life is different, and it's not. We
I
do
think
the same
that,
thing.
well, I think that's one of the main things of our show that we're trying to, I guess, put out there and have people like realize is that like, wow, we may be gay people, like we can sit down here and we can talk about, like, I mean, my brother the other day, I'm not sure if he's serious, but he was joking about coming on, and obviously he's straight. So if he came on, we'd probably have to end up talking about football and cars and things like that. I know nothing about anything about that. Let's just put that way, nothing about it. But if I had a guest come on our show that wanted to talk about something like that because they relate to it, I would like do some kind of research or homework to relate to them and have the topic like, be able to talk to them and make it not look like it's a train wreck. So it's just about like adapting to like the environment and to the people you have on your show, and just showing the people that are watching, like, doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, black, white, no matter who you are, like we can all come together and like talk to each other and be friendly and kind to one another.
But I gotta
Just
say,
love.
I'm sorry, Brett and Jed,
Yes, right.
but I gotta say this because on top of my head, I could see you doing the research and then getting in depth in a conversation of like something under the hood of a car, and they'll go, that thingy, because that's what you would say is that thingy.
I always
That's you, Scarlett.
That is me. I always say that we play card games like when we have parties and stuff together. We play card games, and my brothers are always like, especially once I'm drunk, like it's a drinking card game, and once I'm drunk, there's a one part in the game, and then they'll bring up and they're like, let's name car parts. And I'm like, I'm here like steering wheel, seatbelt, and then they're like doing everything under the hood. I'm like, what the hell is that? I've never heard of that.
Transmission, audio, fluid,
I know my luck.
dipstick.
Yeah, right. No, and then knowing my luck, I'd have. Well, my one brother is an electrician, one's a mechanic, so I'd have one. But they both like sports, so I'd have the other one on that, and then they'd start talking about football. I'm like, yeah, he got a home run, right? Yeah, like. I
Like,
don't know. Any of that stuff. Yeah.
The only reason gay men even watch sports is to look at the guys at butts anyways. I mean, football players have some great asses. I'm sorry, but they do.
And rugby. Oh no, to be fair, okay, rugby maybe football. Okay, so yeah, so you're thinking of? Are you thinking of the like?
We're thinking American football, not rugby.
American football,
Okay. Oh, so okay, so I was thinking you meant soccer, but okay, yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Soccer, those players look pretty hot
No,
too
David
sometimes.
Beckham.
So
He's
it's
a
like,
great mum.
yeah, you
Usually-
would bring his name up.
Yeah. I just
Oh
think
my
it's such an
God.
awesome, I just want to say this. I think it's such an awesome opportunity to use this as a platform, and isn't it exciting that TED offers that for people that just want to get on and share and help the world. And my car made a black tinkle out on the way. Mine did too, honey.
Who's the water? That's Jade. She's the other one I could see doing that too, to a point. But her husband's a car guy, so she's got it covered.
Yeah.
So I have to ask, what is that last word? Hupusuda? What was the word she said?
Looks like
Who's the water? Who's the water?
Who's
I don't know
water?
what that is.
Who's the water?
Oh, okay.
That's from the Jade's book of dictionary. Jade's dictionary of words, I think.
Oh, okay. Instead of thingy, she's got a hoochwana or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something,
Well,
yeah,
guys, you're like I said, your show is fantastic, and I love the fact that now we got it fixed with Jeremy. We now got it fixed to where your live streams and videos now are going direct to stream, so you guys are on the TV directly when they come live, and they're in the rotation. We just did I think it was an 8-hour run of Across the Pond. You can watch 8 hours of Across the Pond. It was great. Oh yeah,
wow.
yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
We'll definitely work on that. And just real quick, I want to say to you, Jena, in June, if you have a chance on the Sundays to watch our show, whether it's live or not, June is Pride Month, so we plan on having as our guests someone who's trans, lesbian, bi, even straight, who's an ally, just different people of the LGBT letters.
I'm a straight ally.
There you go.
Just
Yeah.
saying.
Okay. Yeah. Definitely. But that's But that's our goal, to use Pride Month to have, like, you know, every letter in there, a lesbian, a bisexual, a trans person. We're all gay, so we don't need a gay person. But then an ally, like all the different parts of the LGBTQ community to come together and like just celebrate Pride Month.
Wow, that is amazing.
I just think
love
it's
that.
awesome. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and Brett, I got to thank you for staying up. I mean, I know it's only like 2:00 over there, but still, it's like, you know.
Literally, give me 5
what
minutes.
else are you
I'll
going
be
to do?
passed out. I'll be literally laying here, passed out, screaming on my pillow. So,
I mean, I was going to say, but it's 1 a.m. Sunday there. Technically, I'm surprised you're not
so
drunk.
it's 2 a.m. Yeah.
I love the way he says Jeremy's name too, because there's a couple episodes where he said Jeremy's name, and I actually had to stop and think about what he was saying because I didn't know it was Jeremy. It was more like he says Jeremy or Jeremy. The way he says it, it was like,
Jeremy.
what the hell did he just say?
I have to hear
Say
you
it, Brett.
now. Say it, baby.
He's on the spot.
Okay, Jeremy.
He can't do it.
He's okay, again.
Now.
Okay.
Yes.
Jeremy.
Oh man.
I like it. Yes, I see. I see. I
It's
see
really
the
my
light.
accent.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, but
So yes, I will be checking out your show very soon. In fact, maybe I'll be turning you guys on tonight and checking it out and texting you guys. Oh my gosh, I love you! Or if you don't hear from me, you kind of know the other end. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure I'll love you.
Our next new episode is tomorrow. You see at the bottom, tomorrow Sundays at 4 p.m. Eastern. That's when we're our new episodes and when we're live. So yeah, tomorrow's our next one. If you're free, check us out. If not, you know, Facebook, YouTube. You can always watch.
You can find them everywhere.
To be honest, I am so excited to meet everybody in this family because I never got a chance to meet everybody. I've said commercials for everybody, but I haven't gotten to meet them. So I'm so glad I got this opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ted. Setting us up.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Oh.
All right, guys. Any last words? Any last words from you two?
Just thank you, really, Ted, because like without you, we wouldn't have had this opportunity. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
You are welcome. Very welcome.
Thank you to you, Ted, and the radio station and whatnot. And I guess I'm gonna hang out too for Inside the Drag Closet, so I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Perfect. See you again, darling.
Let me quick put my makeup on. I don't know if I have enough time though.
Yeah.
Can you do it quick?
To be fair,
I saw that show.
It doesn't take long to dress up as a clown. You'll be fine.
Ooh.
It's true. It's true.
All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for coming on and hanging out with us. We really appreciate it. Again, their show is Across the Pond. It's on Sundays at 4 p.m. Eastern on Wlfe-Db.com. They have a brand new episode dropping tomorrow, 4 o'clock, so make sure you tune in. You can find them on Facebook. You can listen to them on the podcast. Anywhere that you hear your podcast, you can catch them there as well. And now you can catch them on Wlfe-Db.com because on the front page, we now have streaming TV. And our 3 TV channels are playing 24/7, and you can catch their show on the LGBTQ Friends channel.
Yay.
So, all right, guys. Well, thank you again. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes.
You're welcome. Oh, crazy. This has been so far. It's been fantastic. I love it. I don't know if you guys can see. I think it's because we got so many people in the back room and it's slowed down on my end a little bit. So I don't know if you guys are seeing the commercials or not, but I'm just letting them go, hoping that you are. So either way, it's been fun so far. Now, I mentioned early in the beginning I was going to bring Jade Show on, but Genevieve has to leave, so I need to bring her on real quick. We're going to talk about her and her show and come back to Jade, and then get that all tidied up. I kind of screwed up the scheduling a little bit. So, I didn't even get a couple shows in, and I didn't even get mine in, but we're going to run with it. We'll do the best we can, and I apologize to everybody else there. So we're going to bring in the host. I think she calls herself the ghostess. I don't know. We'll let her tell us how she introduces herself. All right, everybody. We are bringing in Genevieve. She is from the Creepy Parlor. That was one of the best intros that Miss Jena put together as a voiceover. Jena loved it, and Genevieve loved it. And this is going to be tough for me, Genevieve. This is going to be tough. So, Genevieve, talk about your show here.
So, yes, I do use the term ghostess because I think it's just so much fun. I am the ghostess of the Creepy Parlor, and my show is on at 7 p.m. Eastern on Tuesdays from 7 to 8. And I am having so much fun with this. Absolutely having so much fun. So I focus on some more creepy, macabre kind of topics, but we keep it nice and fun, kind of Addams Family-ish. So having a lot of fun.
Great. So, I really enjoyed your episode. Sorry, Jena. I really enjoyed your episode on Edgar Allan Poe. I thought that was fantastic. That was my favorite episode so far.
So far.
So far.
So funny.
So go ahead, Jena. You were going to ask a question.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I don't know if I'm lagging. I hope I'm not speaking over you. Hello, my dear chickadee. I'm so glad I can see you. I'm very good, thank you. I was just gonna say, your show basically anything metaphysical you're focusing on, right? Or are you just basically those spirits?
Yeah, where you have some metaphysical. I've got some metaphysical. I can't say the word metaphysical stuff on there. Some. 2 weeks ago, we had a gravestone artist, which was fantastic.
That was good too.
Yeah. She makes art with castings of old gravestones.
Oh wow! Ooh, you better clean those. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get all those ickies off of it.
Beautiful stuff.
The cobwebs, just dust a little.
No, I mean
like
spiritually.
The cobwebs here.
Yeah, really, you love the cobwebs. How do you get your guests, Genevieve?
So my first month, I really started out with people that I knew, that I was familiar with. Just because this platform was so new to me, I wanted to get into it with people that I knew and I was comfortable, so I can sort of ease my way in. And I know a lot of very interesting people.
But had you ever thought about being on a podcast before? I mean, did you do this? Like, did you tape record yourself before this and said, wow, I look great and I sound great and I should be on TV?
Not even a little bit.
Really? Well, you're beautiful. So.
Well, thank you.
You got one down?
I actually started because I was doing my ghost. I have a ghost tour company, and given the COVID situation, I really didn't have many options to do live tours. And, when you're a performer and you don't get to perform, you start to get a little antsy. You start to get a little uncomfortable.
Antsy and pantsy.
Yeah. So I was looking for other ways to get out there. And I started doing my haunted happy hours and things. And then Ted was kind enough to have me on Para Talk with him and Cindy, which was so much fun. And then I started just thinking, maybe I could do this. I think I could do this. And then it snowballed from there. So
I think what's funny is like everybody's shows is like, I was thinking about this the other night. It's like, I did kind of coerce these guys to do their shows.
But I think everybody's very happy with their shows. I mean, if you watch their shows, they're happy. They're smiling. Oh, Genevieve, that's so awesome.
Yeah. So, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say. So, your friend. It was your friend that I wanted to meet, right? She's a psychic.
Yeah.
Was it your friend? I'm so sorry, I haven't talked to her yet. But you've had her on once, or have you had her on twice? And
she's been on once. she's probably going to be on again. If
Okay,
she's
what is her name?
watching, just so you know, Jennifer Davino.
Hi, Jennifer. I want to meet you, Jennifer. Another Jennifer.
She's amazing. And her show, the show that I had with her was really interesting because when you listen back through it, you can hear a man's voice coming through the audio.
Wow.
We're
So
not sure who
picked
that
up some
was.
spirit?
Yeah, I like to think so.
Ooh, I got to
Wow.
watch it.
Oh, that's crazy. That's cool though. I mean, and that's one thing that we, at being a paranormal investigator myself is like when you're recording, whether it be live like this or anything else that you're doing, you don't have any control of the environment. So you
Mhm.
don't know what's going to happen sometimes,
It's true.
so catching an EVP or a voice while you're recording live is amazing. It's a lot of fun,
Mhm.
but I do that. I like late at night. I mean, I'll be doing a live thing here or watching or talking in the back room with Dom or somebody, and somebody will be knocking on the door and there's nobody there.
I love it.
And I'm just, I love it myself,
I live
but
for it.
I'm kind
yeah,
of up there with you guys. I mean, I've been into that since I've been wee little bitty child. I mean, I really was. Since I've been little, I was like, spirits. You can ask anybody from my high school. I'm like, school. They were like,
Yeah.
they heard I was into Bigfoot and they said, we thought you were into ghosts. So I was, yeah. But I'm so sorry. Enough about me. Let's talk about you. You're the guest.
so like your show at 7:00 on Tuesdays, like, are you finding that time good for you? I mean, is it working well for you at that time?
Yeah, it is. The only thing I'm noticing is that an hour goes very fast.
Oh, it does. That's why we went to 2 hours, because it just wasn't long enough.
Yeah, when I had Brenda on from Gravestone Girls, we were just chatting and talking, and all of a sudden I went, I gotta go.
Oh no.
We have another show coming on.
Yeah, Where's My Sage is right up after
Mhm.
you. So it's like if you're not done at 8:00, I mean, unfortunately for them, well, no, it's actually not unfortunately, but it kind of takes away from their, like when they go live, there's that
Mhm.
little shift of like, okay, well, I'm live. So if you're a minute over, it's not going to kill them. But at the same time, it's like that's their spot. You know what I mean? It's like
Exactly.
I try to make sure that everybody understands that. Now, if you're lucky enough to have a show like Jade does, and she's up next, is that I'll tell her while I'm watching her show. I'll say, hey, yeah, you can go an extra half hour. Or like last week, she'll just say, we're going over. Ted, Ted's okay with it. I'm going over. Or I don't even remember how she said it, but she just said, yeah, well, whatever. She's got clout. She's got pull.
I love her. She's awesome.
Oh God, she's one of my favorite people in the whole world. She really is. She's just an amazing individual. But enough about Jade. So now your show, like we had discussed this before about you having that touring company or that walkabout Ghost Walk, and have you ever thought about like taking that to like the next level? Because I was thinking about this the other night.
Should I be taking notes?
Oh.
Are you talking virtual tours, Ted?
Yeah, exactly. I was talking about like maybe she goes out with a camera and, just especially because of now, I'm hoping things are going to open up soon, but, maybe going out and throwing some ideas, like making a commercial for yourself, at least saying, hey, this is what my company does, blah, blah, blah. And you have a network to put it on.
Yeah.
We actually I have done a few virtual tours.
Cool.
Yeah, and introducing me to StreamYard was probably like the best thing and the worst thing for me because now I want to StreamYard everything in my life.
Oh no.
But it really did. I used it for my ghost tours, and it definitely was a totally different experience because I'd been using Zoom before, and StreamYard is definitely the preferred platform.
Well, as long as you're not pimple popping, I hate that show and all that stuff like that. That's so gross.
Dr. Pimple Popper, I love that show.
God.
Okay, first of all,
we're in the macabre and paranormal, and that's gross.
Oh yeah, I'd rather see dead people.
No pimple popping, but I may show up in a cemetery. I'm not sure yet.
Oh,
I like that.
That'd be cool. Mm-hmm.
I like that. I really like that idea.
Have you ever thought about doing locational shows, like maybe at a cemetery?
Yeah, actually, I have quite a few things I'm thinking about doing coming up. It's just that the weather's been so miserable here. Haven't done it yet, but got some interesting things coming up, I think.
Ooh, keep our eyes open, peeled for your stuff.
I'll
Yeah,
keep it peaceful, I'll tell you that.
she had her very first guest was what was his name?
Father
Something
Evil.
Father Evil.
Mhm.
And his eyebrows. I mean, I don't know if Jade got the opportunity to watch that episode, but she really needs to pay attention to his face because his eyebrows were amazing.
He's unbelievable.
Amazing.
Yeah, he's a magnificent.
What episode?
It was
Very
the first
first.
one.
Very first. Mm-hmm.
He is an amazing actor. His presence is just unparalleled.
Wow.
Well, when he's on, he commands it. I mean, he's just one of
definitely.
those actors that he makes you pay attention.
And I didn't know him personally. I saw him at a convention about a year before, and he was just all consuming. I was like, I need to get that guy. I need to talk to that guy.
Right.
Yeah, he was a great first guest.
Did you
And
just
see,
walk
that's
up
what
to
you
him
want.
and say, "Hey,
I messaged him on Facebook.
go girl"? You know,
She was too chicken shit to just go up and say, "Hey." Oh, I didn't. I was trying not to swear. Damn it.
I didn't have the podcast at the time, but I made a mental note.
nice. See, that's so fun. And isn't it crazy that we run into a lot of these people on the streets, or in shopping malls or wherever we go? I mean, everybody has a story. It's so exciting to be able to share.
Right.
It really is. And through this, I'm meeting so many great people. I mean, I'm meeting all of you guys, but additionally, some of my guests they're just so amazing.
Yeah.
It's cool. I'm meeting people I've always wanted to meet. So
Right.
Very cool.
I love it. I mean, yours is one of those shows that, I mean, I love all of our shows, to be honest with you. I think they all have their own uniqueness about them. And like I said earlier, I try to watch a little bit of all of them, but you are such a sweetheart too, Genevieve. And you help out Dom all the time. I would have dumped his ass a long time ago.
Oh, well, I'm his co-pilot. I'm going to talk to Dom. So
come on, I fire him like every other day.
He loves it.
So,
He loves it.
I love Dom too. He's a lot of fun
He's the
too.
reason I met you. So I mean, it all goes back. It all goes back to him.
I know, isn't that crazy? I mean, it's like Jade. If I came across Jade the same way, and like just a weird situation, I put a text out or a message out, and I got her, and then I got Scarlett, and then I got all these other ones, and it's like it's just awesome. I mean, meeting one individual is it's great, but we're family, and it expands, and we're all reaching out, and the shows are doing really well. All of them are, and I love it.
It's definitely keeping me very creative, and I really appreciate that, especially through this winter. I mean, the winter is just so blah. But
I think you need to do a tutorial on how to make a voodoo doll or something. I think that would be really cool.
That is actually a really good idea, Ted. And then you could sell them. You can say, if you don't want to make your own, I can make them for you, personalize them for you for this price.
Yeah, and if you don't like me, I'm going to make one that looks like you, and I'm going to stick you in the head with a needle.
Needle, heck, get the gun. No, I'm kidding.
The guest that I had on for Mardi Gras, French Quarter Phantoms, Luke, he said that they have some tour guides that specialize in voodoo stories. So maybe I'll have them back too.
When you do, you better tell me, girl.
Yeah, that was a really fun show. That's been I think one of my favorite ones so far, because I love New Orleans so much, and I felt like I was there.
Nice. Right. Have you been to New Orleans quite a few times? I have too, honey. I love staying at Harrah's, walking down those streets. Okay, sorry.
You already sold one.
See? Excellent.
Great idea. Gerald, she will make you one.
We can put little creepy parlor t-shirts on them.
Oh my goodness, awesome. Wouldn't that be cute? You've got an idea. You better get this patent right away before anybody gets it.
Genevieve, you should make one of all the queens, like from Jade's show. Make one of all the queens. I think they'd love them. Oh yeah.
Maybe with the queens, instead of the little needle, you could include a little feather. Like a little feather duster. Wouldn't that be
I'm
cute?
letting me cry on my book.
Oh, my
That's a
chair
great
just
idea.
broke.
Sorry, we didn't
No,
make
that's all right.
it to make you giggle.
That's quite all right. I almost fell out of my chair and on the floor rolling around. Whatever, you know.
Hey, now,
But,
well, it can't be the first time, Ted.
No, it's not. Well, Genevieve, let's talk about when your show's on again. And, thank you so much for being a part of this. And I love your show, and I love that you're a part of the family. I look forward to all the guests that you get, because you do have some unique guests. And, your whole ambiance behind you, it's great. The whole thing it's perfect for you.
Thank you so much. This is really who I am. I'm a 90s goth chick, and I just now have a platform. So
Did you see what I saw?
Hmm?
Did you just see what I saw?
Oh, sorry. My garbage is back there, so I usually take the garbage and toss it back there.
I was like, she just wiped her nose, and I'm like, I do that in my truck. I don't do that.
Did you know while I was sitting there doing it, I thought, oh crap, I'm on the air and I'm going. Great. Sorry,
I'm
Ted,
sorry
I
to
might have
interrupt you,
ruined your
Genevieve. I'm
show.
sorry. That caught me at me. I thought it was funny. That's all. But
Welcome to Jena.
So Creepy Parlor Tuesdays at 7:00 on WLFE-DB.com. I'm going to say this all night. You can now catch repeats of her shows on stream, which is actually on WLFE-DB.com. You go there, you go to the page, you open it up. The first page comes right up, and you're going to see the 3 channels, LGBTQ Friends, Variety Unlimited, and the Paranormal View. She is actually streaming on both Paranormal View and and Variety Unlimited, so you can catch her on both. So
nice.
I wasn't sure where to put you, so there you are.
Nobody ever knows where to put me. It's fine.
Don't put her in the corner. Just don't put Jen in the corner.
Yeah, so you can catch her there, and she replays. If you want to see her live on Tuesdays on that channel, when the page comes up, there's a little red box that says live. So if you're watching, say, one of her past episodes, and you look and you go, oh, it's 7:00, hit that little red live button, and it takes you from the one you're watching directly to her live as she's doing it. It's fantastic.
So cool. Thank you for doing that, Teddy. It's awesome.
Yeah, and best part about it is, like I was saying in the beginning when Mike was on, they are actually joining Roku. So we're going to be expanding to there as well. So, because like right now you can get it on, like if you have a PS4, Xbox, anything like that, or if you have a streaming TV that has the browser where you can put in like www. whatever, you can watch it there as well.
Oh,
so, okay. All right. Well, Genevieve, thank you again for being here with us. I really appreciate it. All right. Oh, you're welcome. You have a good night, hon.
You too.
Hey, Genevieve.
I
just adore her.
Oh, isn't she amazing?
She's amazing.
Everybody, like I said, everybody we have is fantastic. I don't care who they are. They're fantastic people. We're going to take a quickie. We'll be right back.
WLFE-DB Radio is on Spotify with all its great shows like Across the Pond, Inside the Drag Closet, Step into the Paranormal, Just Cindy, Where's My Sage, Unfiltered Talks with Bryce, Metal Mayhem ROC, Paratalk Radio, Real Talk with Dom, and more. So download the Spotify app today to stay connected to all your WLFE-DB radio shows.
We are back with Miss Jade DeVere from Inside the Drag Closet. Hello.
My car made a black tinkle out of the hoozy water.
Hoozy water. That's what it is. Hello,
It's a
Miss
quote
Jade.
from American Dad. Like,
Oh,
I'm not that original.
I bet you could be. Speaking of original, your fan is amazing. I absolutely love fans.
Thank you. Big shout out to Daft Boy, who
unfortunately with her
amazing
green
things.
screen. Her green screen is playing off of that too, so it looks like
it's gold almost, like a foil gold. Right. That's
I have an
good.
orange one over there somewhere, but it's over there.
It looks beautiful. That thingy is over there.
There you go. So this is really cool because Jenna, you're the voiceover actress for WLFE-DB Radio, and what's funny is we just played a commercial where Jade did the voiceover for the Spotify. Yeah,
that was me.
Did you know I was actually I was writing to Ted. I said, I love the new commercials. They sound fabulous. I'm not kidding. I was literally writing this to Ted just now. I thought I was going to say, who did them? They're great. So, wow, look at you. And you look beautiful tonight, by the way. Oh my gosh, you look fabulous. Mm-hmm.
I
Oh,
have
this
to, I
whole
have to keep
thing?
modeling like this because I didn't shave anything from the neck down. So I'm like, hi, everyone.
Well, dang, you're pulling it off, girl. So I love it.
So let's talk about sorry to interrupt. Sorry, Jenna, but let's talk about your show, Jay. And I didn't even tell you this, Jenna, and I'm so sorry, but we only have like 15 minutes in between or for each show.
Oh, I'll be quiet then.
No. I don't want you to be quiet. I just want you to be with me till like they have 15 minutes.
Like wrangling.
No, I'm kidding. I wasn't. I did that on purpose.
She's like, if I could get her vibe from her mind, she's like,
I'm just teasing. No, it's just I have a hard time stopping talking. So I will try to be quiet.
Oh, no, you're fine. So let's talk about your show, Jade. So inspiration, where did it come from? And talk about when it's on.
Oh, so the whole inspiration of the show, basically, there's a long-standing phrase, and it's when you go to a drag show, the real show is backstage. And that's really what I wanted the show to be. You know, I got a couple of my favorite gal pals together, and we just have fun. We've been, last year we interviewed, I believe it was something around 65 different people from all over the place. And we wanted to make sure, you know, a lot of popular shows only focus on drag queens. This month in March, we are not having any drag queens as guests because we are focused entirely on drag kings. And it's kings don't get the recognition they deserve because they put in just as much work as us ladies do.
I love it. I love it. Well, that is so awesome because you're right. I never get to see kings. You only see queens. And as beautiful as they are, you got to see them both because they're both amazing. So,
well, that's why I was wondering. It's like when Jade had her show on the other night, and I watch it every Wednesday because I'm working. So it's like I get to like listen to her while I'm working. And so hers is like the one I listen to live like all the time. So when she had her shows on about the drag kings, I'm like, you know, I was thinking about this. It's like, you know, there's national events for queens everywhere. Miss Gay USA, Miss Gay Universe, Miss Gay Rochester, Miss Gay, I don't know, Pacific Ocean, wherever they're from. So anyways, by the way, that's the sea queen from something the mermaid there. You know what I'm talking about, Little Mermaid. The Sea Queen, that's whatever her name is.
New World.
Ursula, that's it. Ursula. But anyways, my point was, it's like, I've never seen a national drag king show. I've never even seen it advertised. I don't see it anywhere. And it's like, you know, the amount of work. This is 2021, people. You know, it's like drag queens have been around forever. I don't know when drag king started, but I'm pretty sure it hasn't been as long as drag queens.
It's the same. It is just that, well, drag queens go back a little bit further because at different points in history, it was considered obscene for women to appear on stage. So men had to play their parts. But, you know, even as far back as the Stonewall riots, you know, you had your more butch ladies out there and trans men and drag kings out there who are just as important and just as valid as drag queens. You know, it's Stonewall was started by the trans community, and you know, drag celebrates them every day.
Right.
Well, not every day because really my face can't deal with that much shaving. But
well, I got to tell you though, Jade. I mean, you and I met. I put out a feeler, more or less, out on Facebook. I said I'm looking for. I joined a drag queen. I think it was her gay some group, and I put out there, hey, I'm looking for drag queens. I want to do a show. This is when I had talked with Teddy, and it's like, I want to do a show about drag queens. That was an actual, and this, I don't think I've ever told Jade this, but in my early years, that was a part of my life. From the time I was 18 till I was like 24, I think, I was actually in Rochester doing work at all the gay bars. I was doing everything. And I even did did that whole, oh, maybe I'll be a drag queen, and yeah, whatever. But
I'm gonna go through that phase someday too.
but it's just like I've been in the community for such a long time, and then the whole city thing here got really bad, and then my life changed, so then I got out of it. But it's always been a big part of my life. I had one of the biggest queens in New York, which was Maya Douglas.
Mhm.
She was Miss Gay USA, Miss Gay Universe, Miss Gay America. She's got tons of crowns, and she was a very good friend of mine. And we actually had her come down. She sponsored a drag. Talk about butch. We had her sponsor a roundabout car, dirt car. She came and sat on the hood. She was all done up beautiful with a half t-shirt on that said "boy." It was fantastic. It was
I love it.
fantastic. Yeah.
I love
But
it. Love it.
if it wasn't for her and some of these other people, I would have never really gotten into the whole, seeing who these people are as drag. But when I reached out to Jade and she replied, I'm like, oh my God, you're it, girl. You're it. You're it. That's what I told her. I said, we're gonna take this as far as we can take it.
And I remember we chatted for a little bit, and you were like, "Do you want your own show?" And I was like, "Oh hell no, no."
Oh, that's
that
funny.
sounds like a lot of work.
Doesn't it? Okay. So what changed your mind?
We worked on, basically we came out with a layout for it. And once we had it structured, I'm very much a structure person. I need to have a structure. I need to know how things are going to go. And we started having fun with it. We started off, I was like, I need a co-host every night. So I got my gal pal, Scarlet Overkill, who you can see on Across the Pond every Sunday at 4:00 Eastern Standard Time. And Fancy Dismount and Anastasia Diamond. And we had a blast. Fancy has since left the show. She's actually doing really well. We fully support her. She's actually changing trades right now. Which is amazing for her. And I send her much love and support. And we got the incredibly talented Amethyst Diamond joining us as a co-host. And it's been so much fun. We have interviewed queens and kings and non-binary performers from all over the country. And, we don't have any signs of stopping. So good luck, everyone. We're going to keep going.
Yeah. In fact, we were talking about it. Now, the owner of the network, we had mentioned that when COVID lifts, that we're going to want to do some shows, get everybody from WLFE together, stuff like that. And we were talking about, Jesus, these guys were joking about it. Girls were joking about it. And I said, oh my God, that's a wonderful idea. And I was talking to John. I said, John, we need to do Inside the Drag Closet on tour. We need to book them. Oh yeah, we need to book them.
Jenna's muted, but she's living for it.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I would drive the bus, baby. I would drive the bus.
Yeah. So, and that's something that I know that I have been talking about seriously with Jade, and Jade's been thinking about it, and it's definitely something that can be discussed, and who knows what the future holds. But I think.
One of the biggest requests we get on the show is people want to watch us perform. And I love that. However, copyrights are a thing. Yes. So, and I don't have a budget. So basically, we're trying to figure out a way to do that benefits everyone. So don't worry, kids. You are going to see us perform. We're working on it. We just, it's
we need to follow the rules.
Yeah.
We have to follow the rules.
You please, I don't care when it is or what time it is, please tell me because I want to see it. I absolutely love drag. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Are you fangirling, Jenna? Is that what you're doing here?
I always fangirl with Jade. What are you talking about?
We did this on our first episode too. We had the best time.
I forgot about
awesome. That. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that was a long time ago. Look how far you've come, girl.
Oh, right.
Not to make her makeup her head swell any. Her numbers are number one off the network. She's well,
and you know what? I'm not going to take full credit for that because we are a visual thing. Like, look at this chaos on my face right now. People tune in to see what disaster we're going to come up with every week. And, I give a lot of credit to the drag community itself for just allowing us to have this ridiculous platform,
And you know what? The thing is, sorry, Jay, didn't mean to interrupt, but the other thing is, too, is that drag, because of COVID, has blown up, and because of the drag, RuPaul, I mean, it's just blown up. And it's like, it's one of those things visually, people like to see things, and it's just, it's really blown up. This is what I wanted, is I wanted a show with drag queens, and I got it. Didn't need to be performances. I love the fact that this is the only one that I have seen or that I know about that is drag queens with a talk show.
Yeah.
You don't see that.
I've done my homework a little bit, and we are very rare in the drag world because there's lots of podcasts, but they're all focused on RuPaul's Drag Race. We are I think we're the only one who does not focus on RuPaul's Drag Race. And that's not to discredit Drag Race at all. We've had, Honey Davenport and Mrs. Kasha Davis from RuPaul's Drag Race on our show already.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, I got excited. I love that show. I watch it all the time.
Love them both. I have feelers out to a couple other girls. One was like, oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. Here's my agent. Message him. He'll book it. I'll let you know when they get back to me. But
I love it.
I'm about to Instagram her again and say, hey, girl, I messaged him, got nothing back. Because that's usually how it goes for a lot of those girls. Their agents are like, agents only.
Yeah, but you know what it is? It's like the network itself. I mean, and I'm going to mention his name again, Dom, who has his own show. He pushes this network as much as I do. I mean, he is constantly, putting it out there and making people, be aware of what we have. And that's what's happening. And I think that's why, even Jay's show is doing so well, is because not only is it because it's drag queens and, like what she said, the chaos on her face and everything, it's just people don't see that on a normal basis. Yeah. So this is something different. And then when you have people like Dom or the rest of us pushing the network, it's great. I mean, I'm going to give credit where credit's due. Across the pond, their numbers have been great too. I mean, they're a good show. And the whole thing about LGBTQ, the gay community, is up in, it's visually being seen on news, on all types of media. So shows like that are getting that extra attention that they didn't get before. Yeah. So that's working. And, the paranormal's the same way. I mean, paranormal's been a number one thing for 20 years. I mean, there's just so many things, Go ahead, Jay.
Exactly. And one of the things we like to focus on, I mean, one thing we do every week here is we include our pronouns, because we do have so many non-binary friends out there who...
You need to explain that too, because people are going to ask.
Can I ask a question? Okay, as a straight person who is very bad at the she, he, they, him, if I run into a beautiful drag queen and I'm like, hey, what do I say? I usually say, hey girl, gosh, look at you, good. You're looking good. What do you say to that? I mean, do you say...
And typically that's fine. Be polite, be gentle about it. And if they say, it's actually this, you correct yourself and you move on. And you remember to not make the mistake again. Simple as that.
Thank you. Because I know a lot of people wonder that too. So
and we talked about it on the show. Like when I'm in drag, I prefer she, her, but he, him happens. Actually, when we came backstage today, Dom addressed me as brother. And I was just like, I didn't care though. But
shame on you, Dom.
That's so funny.
But one of my co-hosts, Anastasia, when she's all dolled up, she's like, no, she, her. When I'm in this, I am she, her. Outside of this, they prefer they, them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But, it's different for everyone.
One of the biggest misconceptions that I think I understand is a lot of people think that all drag queens are gay or lesbian. That's not true, is it?
We have an episode coming up. I'm calling it They Said I Can't Do Drag, because it focuses on a heterosexual drag queen and a female drag queen.
Very
So,
nice. Boy, you hit the good marks, girl.
it's what I do.
It is. You way you
So
roll.
I'm going to ask you to do something for me too, and for the people that are listening. And Dom, I was just picking on you. I saw your face back there. So explain to me the binary thing or binary thing, and
Okay.
like you use some different phrases that some people that are watching may not understand.
Oh, so basically, to go hand in hand with the idea that gender is a construct. Yes, we all have something different in our pants, but that does not define who we are as people. Myself, when I am outside of drag, I identify as a man. I use he, him pronouns. When I'm in drag, I'm still a guy, but I'm a pretty fabulous one. For me, my pronouns are very fluid when I'm in drag. If you say she, her, great. If you say he, him, not as great, but I'm not going to get that upset. However, there are a lot of individuals out there who don't identify as male or female. They're in the middle somewhere. So some use they, them pronouns. The other one is zir pronouns, which I'm still learning about.
Yeah, I never heard of that one.
But yeah, so one of my fabulous coworkers who I love them dearly, they are now understanding that they're not necessarily female. They're somewhere else in the middle. A lot of folks will say she, her, they, them, which means I'm not upset by she, her, but I would prefer they, them. And, you know, it's just a general respect thing. I always say misgendering someone is like looking at a dog and going, oh, she's so cute. That's a boy. Oh, he's so cute. That's how easy that changes. If you can do it for an animal, you can do it for another human being.
Look at babies.
Or
They do
babies.
the same thing with babies.
Oh,
Yeah.
do you know how many times I've done that? Oh my God. It's like, I'm like, oh, she's adorable. And the mother goes, it's a him. I'm like, to me, my reply was, why is he in pink?
Right? Well,
Because, you know, visually you see things and you think that pink is female. Well, that was a mistake on my part because I should have never assumed that because I saw it.
But that's how it used to
be.
It happens.
Dear friends of mine, one of my guests on the show has a son. He's adorable, but they didn't cut his hair for the longest time, and he has beautiful big lashes. And everyone's like, "Your daughter is so cute," and they were like, "No, that's my son. Thank you."
Yeah, but you know, some boys are absolutely gorgeous. They look very feminine. Oh yes, stop it, girl. Speaking of, I just wanted to say, by the way, that is not a mess on your face. I consider makeup an art. That's why I love drag queens, because you can do so much with makeup. When did you start really getting into makeup? Because you obviously are professional with makeup. I can tell.
When I was in college, I was a theater major, and theater makeup was part of that. So I loved the makeup style that I enjoyed the most was we did an animal look, and there was no prosthetics. It was all done with what's called a stipple sponge, and it was just layers upon layers. And I looked like I did a tiger look. I looked like I had a muzzle. I looked like my eyes were huge, and it was all just painted on.
Amazing.
So, you know, we learn to, as drag performers, you know, I move where my jawline is. We all did our makeup as each other a couple weeks ago, and I did my makeup as Amethyst. And there are things that I was like, I felt beautiful. When I do drag, I like to look cartoony, but I felt genuinely feminine and soft, and until I opened my mouth and just garbage.
No.
Wow.
But yeah, I've kept some of that. Like, I love how she does her cheekbones. There's this beautiful softness to it, and I love that on her. And I took some of that because my goal has never been pretty. My goal has been entertaining. But you know, if it
happens, right?
Well, you know,
you're filling it up.
I follow Jade on TikTok. Oh my gosh, she's got some fabulous little short video snips on TikTok. Look her up on TikTok. It's amazing. Some of them are just downright. Oh, they are so funny. The last one I didn't get. It was her singing and then running through the house without being dressed as a man or a woman. I don't even know what it was.
So basically, it's someone did a cover of what's the name of the song? Basically, it was "Who's that sexy thing I see over there?" They look in the mirror and go, "Huh, not me."
That's what it was. That's what it was.
I was wearing my Inside the Drag Closet hoodie in that video.
Yes.
Nice.
We have merch.
Yeah, so you guys can check out merch for Inside the Drag Closet, and all of our shows. They have something somewhere. I just know Jade's by the look at that. That's fantastic. I know hers by the so much, but you can go to jdevere.com and you can check out all of their merch there, as well as we do have a couple of theirs on Wlfe-Db.com as well if you look underneath merch.
Oh, I wanna promote something about my website a little bit too.
Okay, cool.
You can watch Inside the Drag Closet on www.jdevere.com. And if you're ever afraid to ask a drag queen a question, you can send an anonymous email through our website and we will answer it on the air. So if you don't want your name attached to it for whatever reason, that's how I used to do my YouTube show, Just Ask Jade. Everything was anonymous.
That's awesome.
You know, and I do want to bring this up too, is they have some really cool segments. I know that each queen talks about a different thing. One of them is health and diet. The other one is makeup or something. I'm not sure.
Yep, we've got Amethyst Diamond has Diamond Dish, where she just talks about building yourself up, being a strong individual, even though we all have moments of weakness. We've got Snatched by Scarlett, where she talks about different makeup brands and things that she gravitates to. And being a vegan, that's definitely an interesting take from her, because there are so many brands that are still not vegan. And we have Affirmations with Anastasia. Anastasia works in the field of HIV and AIDS health. And she knows her gay history. She knows her LGBTQIA plus history. And she educates. And I feel enriched every time the girls have their segments because I learn so much from them.
Right.
And then, of course, I do Just Ask Jade once a month too, but that's fine.
Well, you know, the thing with Anastasia, I actually was thinking about that because I think it would be great to have her do like a 30-second commercial about, you know, because of suicide and because of all that stuff, like having her do a commercial for the stream network that we have for the LGBTQ friends thing about that, like how to reach out, how to, you know, using PrEP and, you know, all this stuff. And I just think it would be great to have that as an added commercial running through there, you know, on that as well.
I love that idea.
Yeah. But you know what, guys? We have got to move on. Jade, it has been, you know, fantastic having you here. And you've been sitting back in the back room just hanging on for dear life. But, you know, it's been great.
Oh, I love it.
Look at this. T-Roy. He's got the other LGBTQ show coming up soon tonight here. God, we have talked to so many people already and their shows, and we just love them all. They all have something great that they've brought to the network, and we really want you guys to finish off the night with us here, learn and meet our hosts and what they're all about, you know. And it's not just about pushing us on where you can hear us and see us. It's also about them and about what they bring to social media, because some of it's very important. You know, I love all that stuff. So it's great. So don't forget again, we'll put Jade's thing up here one more time where you can check her show out. It is Inside the Drag Closet, 8:30 p.m. Eastern on WLFE-DB.com. Also on jdevere.com. You can watch it there as well. And you know Vanna White, honey. And
Oh, she is, baby.
but you can also catch her out now. Catch her out. Jesus. Catch her on.
You all right? You okay up there?
Oh,
I don't know. Nap like Jenna did.
Yeah, I know. But the streaming TV service that we have, the 3 TV channels, you can watch right on WLFE-DB.com. You can catch that out too. So, all right. Well, Jade, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Wonderful seeing you again, Jade.
Good to see you too.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Oh, as Jade says, good night, kids. That's what she
Good
always
night,
says.
kids.
See, there you go.
Oh my gosh,
God, I
she's
just
so
love her.
much fun. Oh,
Oh,
love it.
I,
Hey,
yeah. Go ahead.
by the way, I just want to forewarn you, if my lips start getting really big, I used a lotion because my lips are super dry when we started, because I told you I had a nap. And I put a lotion on my lips, and I think it has perfume in it. So just if they start growing, please tell me, because they're tingling a little bit.
That's funny.
No, it's
That's
not
funny.
good.
All right, so look at this. I don't know if there he is. Mr.
John
John, the
Vernomatic.
Vernomatic Verno.
Hey, what's
Now,
going on, guys?
So we have, as we had discussed in the beginning, we started out as podcasts. We started out as an audio thing, and John and his partner for Metal Mayhem ROC came over, and they worked out of the studio, out of John's studio in Ontario, and things have flourished for them, and we're going to talk about that for a second. But you can catch them on podcasts, like anywhere that you listen to your podcast, you can find them. They're
Anywhere.
in there. They're everywhere. They're
Anywhere.
anywhere. So why don't you talk about your show? Tell us everything about your show, John, and how things are going, and what's happening, man.
Well, thank you for inviting me tonight. It's an honor to be
you're
here
welcome.
and catching up. And Jena, nice to see you. And you did a hell of a job with the with the makeup. You look great.
Oh, you're so sweet. Oh.
Okay, well, Metal Mayhem ROC is the brand. And like Ted started a couple years ago, Metal Forever Mark, my partner on the show, and I were old friends from back in the 80s, high school. And he moved back to the area, and we started going to some rock and roll heavy metal shows together. And we sort of connected, and we created a podcast. And that's where we met up with Ted and everyone over at WLFE. So the first year we were, getting our feet wet and learning the technology and, getting into it. Well, what happened was we really took it and really got experienced, and we sort of, now you could see I have a studio at my house, and we rededicated ourselves to creating content every week, working on the SEO, all the backline stuff that you really need to do to grow what we're trying to do here. So within that, we also developed a bit of, it used to be just content, self-made content, but we really expanded into interviews. And really what happens is every show is an interview now with national acts. So that's really what we're doing now. And it's really blossomed, and we enjoy it. And part of what we do on the Metal Mayhem ROC podcast is I personally strive to present a professional, top-notch audio presentation. I've invested time, energy, and knowledge into state-of-the-art editing. I work with professional audio imagers to have a professional sound of the show. So it's not two guys sitting in their basement doing Wayne's World. That's the last thing I want. That's the last thing I want to represent. And through the growth of the show, it's really shown. The numbers don't lie. Right. And part of what we like to do with WLFE is they're part of our network. We're proud to be here. Even though our main, I hate to say this, but our main mothership is still the Freedom Digital Network, but we've migrated over to Podbean. That's our main host for the podcast. But WLFE, there's content on there every week. They're in all our imaging, our audio imaging, the end of our show. It's mentioned in there, the beginning of the show. And throughout it, I still drop in the LFE bumpers.
Right.
So that's what we're doing. But the more what I wanted to talk about today is an exciting platform that we've introduced into the brand is a live radio show. It's Metal Mayhem ROC Live. And there you go. And that's Friday or Monday nights on thatmetalstation.com. Now, thatmetalstation.com, it's a 24-hour live heavy metal network. And they have jocks all the way around the world doing live shows. And when there's no shows, then Sam, that's the name of the program, takes over and music is played all the time. And it's really cool because there's an interactive chat room. You go in there and you interact with the guests, request on demand, interaction. And it's a lot different than radio from years ago. So the combination of the two, the platform and the brand has really grown to the point where I'm very proud of it. And I'm excited about what's going on in 2021.
You should be, because I mean, John, when we met, I mean, it's been a while. And when you guys started out, I mean, there was just, it was crazy. You know, you've grown so much with what you're doing right now. I mean, I remember you were a little bit like computer illiterate and everything else at that time. And you know, now you're doing everything. It's amazing on how much that you do, and you've made this thing that you've created just grow massive. And it's great.
Well, thank you. And part of it was when COVID came around. When COVID came, people are like, people were binging on Netflix and this and that. I'm like, you know what? I'm in my early 50s. I've worked in the service industry for years, and I never really learned computers. I just didn't know how a computer really worked. You know, I tell a funny story when I tell the story. One time, my son walked by me. This is years ago. And he's like, "Dad, what are you doing?" I was writing down addresses to put back into the computer. And when he showed me copy and paste, you know, I thought I was the second coming of Bill Gates. So
is there a better way? Tell me if there is, because I copy and paste all the time.
No, well, Jena, I was literally writing it down like on a pad of paper and then typing it into the browser. So,
oh boy.
Yeah, so I've hired a technology coach. We meet via Blue Tower Tech. He's taught me. Now I have a laptop, I have a PC. I'm doing, you know, audio editing, all this stuff. And well, Ted, you know, now I'm not afraid. If I were to go back up into the LFE studios, I'd be able to do the 6-step procedure to go live.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
But, you know, I enjoy what we do. We're growing it. And just like the rest of you folks, it's what you put in is what you get out.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. And that's the biggest thing about it, though. I mean, if you just sit back and you don't, you know, throw your ads out, if you don't, you know, post something about what you're doing, nobody's going to know about it. You know, you really need to do your homework and get that stuff out there. And I'll tell you, John has done such an amazing job at it.
Well, thank you. I went to YouTube, and I'm one of those that I need to know why. Why does something work? It's not so much, you know, how do we get to the end? I don't concentrate on the problem. Let's work on the solution. So I'm like, how do we get these numbers up? And I would go on YouTube and I would watch these podcasts and YouTube coaches, and there's a lot of them. And I'm gonna give him a plug. It's Shannon Hernandez. It's he's goes by the Shan Man. Now the Shan Man is a radio jock on a Arizona rock station, and he also does podcasting, producing, coaching. He has, like I said, a YouTube channel, and I would watch the Shan Man all the time, and it would cover all kinds of topics. And one of them was the whole thing of SEO. It's like, what is SEO? Well, it's search engine optimization. And it's when you're in the podcast world versus the YouTube world, it's apples and oranges. In the podcast world, it's still text driven. That's what Google still looks for keywords. And I didn't understand. I'm like, well, what do you mean? How do you do a title? And I started watching the Shan Man, and then I finally sent him an email, and I spent the money and I did a consultation. It was like $100 for 30 minutes. And there I am. I wrote down all my questions, and I'm like timing it out. I'm like, if I could get, a question and an answer every 90 seconds, I could get. And after 15 minutes, he said, John, we're not hanging up on this phone call until you're completely satisfied with it. Yeah, it wasn't like a running clock. Hour and a half later, and it was Christmas Eve. It was the best Christmas gift I got in years. Now we're friends. He's helped me with the website. We have the email newsletter. Our list is in the hundreds. But it still goes back to the one bit of advice I could have is just each week find one bit of your operation, address it, and make it better. It's like shoveling a snow pile. You're not going to get the whole pile in one shovel, one at a time. And after a while, you got more. Just put the work in.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Exactly. Now, I was there when you did, when you were working. Actually, I wasn't there at the studio, but Last in Line, you did the interview with Last in Line right at the studio.
Yes, Last in Line. It's Last in Line is a band. I'm sure you folks. Last in Line is a band made up of veteran rock and roll and metalers that made up Ronnie James Dio's recording band from back in the day. Well, Ronnie James Dio passed away, but the remaining members formed a side band called Last in Line after one of Ronnie's famous albums. Now, these were the guys that recorded the album and wrote the material. So Mark and I, Metal Forever Mark and I, we were at the time dipping our toe in club level promotion and brought the band to Rochester. We paid for them to come up here. We were the promoters. And part of the contract was we brought them in a day early to do a live broadcast at the WLFE studios. Right. And there we were. It was like our third show. And these guys are rock stars. These guys are, well, it went great. We became friends. We did the show. Well, the funny thing is, you say that this week's show is a interview with the drummer of that band, Vinny Appice, because he's a member of the band Black Sabbath, and they just released Rhino Records just released the remixed reissue of these two classic albums.
Oh, wow.
Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, and The Mob Rules. And we had Vinny on the show again, and I sent him the email. And he, within half an hour, he got back to me. He's like, John and Mark, how the hell are things up in Rochester? And, we did the interview, and he was, I think we spent more time off air than actually interview. And that's one of the things that we've really done is built this relationship. And time again, when we do these interviews, I'm very courteous and thankful for these publicists and record companies that have extended themselves to us. And when we do the finished product, I always send back a finished product link, making this up. It's like, Billy, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Here's the finished product. Best of luck and blah, blah, blah. And so many times I get an email saying, how many times people don't do that they don't even thank you or the finished product, and it just trickles down. So that's part of the reward that I've gotten doing this. And Ted, don't sell yourself short, because this operation that you have going on is fantastic. Because as a part-time hobby, it turns into a full-time passion. And it's when I got the email you wanted to do this, I'm excited to do it. And just, congratulations on the 3 channels you have going on.
Thank
and
you.
all these other streams. And you're welcome. And a sidebar, thatmetalstation.com is also found on Roku on Get My Radio app.
Oh, that's
so
cool too.
A lot of these platforms are migrating to the living room and on their streaming service. And it's just we all work together, and it's a credit to all of us. So congratulations.
Yeah, it is, and we all have to. I mean, and my whole thought process, like when John talked about developing WLFE, I was like, yeah, cool. I mean, and he kind of focused it and molded it around Paratalk Radio, and then it's like, why? Let's make it bigger. Let's make it, let's bring in other people. So pretty much he told me, he goes, you have free reign to do whatever you want. And that's why I reached out to like Mike with Where's My Sage, because paranormal was my life at that point. So I brought in other paranormal shows, and then I went out to the LGBTQ community with people like Jade, and then we got across the pond, and then we ended up with T-Roy and Everything Yet Nothing, and then it's just expanded. And I love the fact that we have a nice tight knit little family here, because that's what it's like. I mean, everybody promotes everybody. Don pretty much promotes everybody too. I mean, he's kind of like my little helper. I don't tell him that, but he's like my little helper. He does things. So,
but it's about time you get a little help.
Yeah,
Yes. Ted is one of the hardest workers I know. Everyone out there, just know that he works his butt off to make sure you guys have something fabulous to listen to. And the people on his network that he's working, he's doing a great job.
Thank you, Jenna. Well, I appreciate that.
You're welcome. It's true, Ted. You really work hard. You've done so much. It's beautiful what you've done.
I just want people to be able to get heard. I mean, everybody has something to bring. Everybody's got something. So
it's funny because last spring, when Ted invited Mark and I on to do a Metal Mayhem sit down, and like a week or two later, he had Johnny Bauer's son on, and he's a musician. And I know John Bauer, the dad, from my professional job. And so I see him, I'm like, hey, saw your kid on Talking with Teddy. And he's like, how do you know about Talking with Teddy? I said, you don't know. I'm the mayor. I know everyone. but it's like the network he's grown, and it just props to you. And again, I'm excited for 2021, and whatever I could do, I do it on my end.
Well, I appreciate it. I mean, it's when it comes to like the audio, the podcast side, I'll be totally honest with you. I do what I have to make sure that the audio part gets out. I mean, I just spent 2 months of going through everybody's audio, making sure that the starts and finishes and, stuff like that. And I'm still not done with them. I mean, because there's so much product out there with us, just our own little network of 15 shows, and, so I've had to figure out how to make that work, and then the video side and get that to work, and then make the two come together. And so it becomes stressful sometimes, but I'll be honest with you, I love it. I absolutely love what I do. Absolutely.
I would love to know, because the numbers, I follow your analytics, and
so do I.
Well, they go up. I would love to know, get some feedback. Who's watching the show? And
it's tough with some of them. It's so tough. I mean, it's like StreamYard. The only way that we know what's being, who's watching is by getting, when the show ends, is watching how many people it's reached. Yeah. And then if you go to Spreaker and you watch that show, you look at the analytics on theirs, and it's like, oh, wow. And you see totals of like, 10,000 downloads or this and that. And, you're kind of like, wow, it's like, why isn't this show doing better? I mean, I've always thought, it's like, I really like this show. Why isn't the show doing a little better than I just wish we had more.
One thing in the podcast analytics, without getting too far into this rabbit hole.
Mhm.
Downloads is one thing. There's about 20 different podcasts that I follow personally. I'm going to tell you one thing. I never download. I never download any of my shows.
Yeah, either do I.
And
I do by accident.
What's that?
I do by accident because like the Spreaker app for my phone, it's by accident. It's like, oh, I want to listen to it, and then it says downloading. I'm like, oh shit, that's not what I wanted.
But the point is, you can't go by one thing I learned from the ShannonHernandez.com, is don't infatuate yourself with the downloads, your analytics, because as soon as you start directing more attention to that, you're taking away from attention to your product. And don't ever be ashamed. You ever know this? I don't know. You listen to a rock band and they're like, oh, I can't even listen to our first album anymore. Yeah. Where the fan is like, oh, that first album was the shit. It's like, well, as artists and creators, they've gotten better. And it's the same thing that we're doing. But I'm never, you just learn from it. So that's about it.
That's what I try to do. That's what I try to do. It's like, I know I'm missing things from time to time, but it's like, okay, I got to do this because there's always something pressing, there's always something that comes up that says, oh, well, you should have done this. And I didn't do it. And but I kind of put it back and I'm like, well, you know what? We'll try this, or I'll get the host of their show to do something different, like in where they're advertising or how they're marketing their shows. But you can only ask or say, hey, do this so many times. And then if they don't do it, their numbers don't show it. And you kind of got to go back and you say, hey, this is what you need to do. But I'm guilty at times too, slacking because I don't have a lot of time myself with doing, it all. So we do the best we can.
Now you got Dom. So, but I'll let you get going. You got a whole back room of people to get to. So
yeah.
Well, let me just say it was so nice to see you. I will definitely see you again, and I'll be watching.
Hey, yeah. I hope. This metal stuff isn't. There was a hard act to follow the previous two, but we keep it heavy, and like you said, Ted, we're all part of the family. We're,
right.
And I'm proud of it. That's the thing. I've always been proud of our relationship.
Well, thank you, John. That is awesome. Thank you so much. Out of the four, within the four of us that started this all out, between John, you, Mark, and it's just between the four of us. It's like you and I are the only two left.
Well, we do our
funny.
best.
Come on, it was kind of an inside joke. It was, but yeah, it's kind of fun. All right, John. Well, thank you so much for joining us here again.
Jenna,
it's always a pleasure.
Care. Ted,
and make sure you reach out to Dom because Dom wants to have you on his show.
I will. All right. Keep it heavy.
All right. See you, brother. Yep. So John's awesome. I seen it when he just started out, right from ground level, and he's basically taken his show, everything that he's got, and just went, made it grow, and it's amazing.
He's very, very well spoken. I just thought, wow, it's really easy to listen to him. He's very well spoken. He's very intelligent, and I cannot wait to turn his show on.
He's amazing. So I just got a message from Backscreen from T. Roy saying that I guess Jason from the Bipolar DM is not feeling well. He's having not sure what it is. He's not feeling well. Thanks, Vernomatic. Thank you again. So we're actually going to switch gears. And we're going to bring up T-Roy from Everything Yet Nothing. We're going to get him on. But we are going to do a commercial here for a second and talk about some things. WLFE. We'll be right back.
Oh, yeah. Life just got sweeter now that Wlfe-Db has merchandise. Show your support by purchasing your t-shirts for WLFE, Paratalk Radio, Inside the Drag Closet, and more. But it doesn't stop there. T-shirts, coffee mugs, tanks, buttons, cloth bags, and more. Go to WLFE-DB.com. On the top bar, click on the merchandise tab and bam, there you go. You got merch. Support the shows. WLFE-DB.com.
Hey guys and dolls, this is Casey DeVille, the better half of DeVille Inc., Baltimore, Maryland. If you're ever in Baltimore, stop in and see me and Tony. Invisible Brie, 5920 Eastern Avenue, Baltimore, Maryland, 21224. Give us a call if you're in the area at 410-400-9641, or look us up on the web at DeVilleInc.com. DeVille Inc., where we specialize in you.
WLFE-DB.com, where you can find vodcast shows, podcasts, and more like Where's My Sage, Inside the Drag Closet, Across the Pond, Paratalk Radio, Just Cindy, and more. So go check out www.wlfe-db.com. Our shows are your shows.
All right, there we are. I was like, oh man, I forgot to move the black screen.
Oh no.
Yeah, it happens. We all make our little mistakes. But
Yes.
I'm telling you, Jen, that I have had a great time so far with everybody. I mean, we have got some of the best people in this WLFE family network, and I can't thank them enough. Like, everybody's been thanking me, but this is where I really have to say to them that if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be going places. We wouldn't be doing what we're doing. And they're all very, very important, not just to the network, but to me. They're all very, very important. Just like this next fella we're going to be bringing up, and I'm saying fella, that's because he's got a cute husband. No, I'm just kidding.
I love it.
I'm just kidding. So everybody, please welcome the host of Everything Yet. I say that all the time. It's not everything. It's everything yet nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I got to say it with an accent.
Everything yet nothing.
There you go.
I miss
Howdy,
you,
everyone.
Roy.
How you doing?
Roy. Wonderful seeing your beautiful face.
Oh, thank you. It's wonderful seeing your fabulous, beautiful face too, and yours
Thank
too,
you.
Teddy.
Did you see my T-shirt?
Show me.
It says,
Awesome.
"Be butch, be fabulous, be you," and it's the gay bear.
Yeah.
It's in the gay bear type. You know, the coloring.
Awesome. Yeah.
It's really
You're
nice.
selling that. You're selling that, right, Ted? Are
No,
you
this
selling
is
those?
actually, I saw it on Facebook. It was some organization that was raising money for some part of, I think it was gay teens that are living in shelters or something. I don't remember.
That's wonderful.
But every time you bought a shirt, you know, the money went to them. And so I'm like, you know what? I wonder if they have fat boy sizes. And then like, okay, yeah. So they had, you know, apparently they have Omar, the tent maker, working for them so that I could get a T-shirt. Thank God.
You know, I think you're bigger, or I think you think you're bigger than you are. You're not that big, boy.
No, you're not.
All right.
Come in.
Well, we have such a beautiful guest who just got a company.
He's got something there. Is that the husband?
No, it's the Jason.
That's the Jason.
Oh.
Okay.
Hello.
Oh, there he is.
I was having technical issues with my internet, so I had to book it over here.
No, that's
You guys
cool.
look
Well,
pretty
move
close.
over, T-Roy. Change that camera view so we can get you both in there.
There you go.
Look at that. We're going to do you both at the same time. Perfect.
Oh my! This is a
Perfect.
late show.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So, T-Roy, you know, let's start with you then real quick. Look at that. So, do you have your necklace on, T-Roy? Oh, he does. Look.
Oh, that's beautiful. Have you had it out in the clubs yet?
Oh yes, everybody
And does it
loves
shine? Does it
Yes,
shine like
it sparkles?
Shine like a diamond.
Shine like a diamond.
Well, I don't even know if Jade got the opportunity to see that because that is such a beautiful piece. And you made that, right, Jen?
Oh
You
yes,
made
I
that?
literally took tiny pin-sized crystals, and we're like, yeah, it's really a lot of work, and it takes a lot
Oh
of time,
yeah, it
but
is.
it is
I haven't seen
so
it up. That's cool as hell.
well. When you see it, the camera does take a lot of the shine away. So when you see it with the
Yeah,
lights and you move,
crazy.
yeah, I'm so glad you like it.
I
so
love
glad.
it. Oh my god! Thank you so
Aw.
much, Teddy, and thank you for making it.
You're welcome.
Yes.
That's almost gaudy enough to be for a drag queen's ears.
Oh my gosh.
I
It's a
know.
little-
I thought about it. I'm like, oh my god! Only if I had
Jade's in the background.
go with it.
A little.
Oh my god!
She says, make it that big.
Okay, now I've actually been thinking about making some jewelry, some fabulous, jewelry.
Wait a second.
So,
Jade. So go
Hi,
ahead.
Jade.
Go ahead.
Hey,
Go ahead and explain what you were saying there.
Oh no, that is beautiful. Like that is amazing work.
It just needs to be
for
bigger.
drag jewelry. I'm wearing my small ring today. Like this
Oh,
is
yes.
the subtle one. This is one of my newer sets from Rocks by Cox.
Beautiful.
Rocks by Cox?
Yeah.
Yes.
I have to look them up.
I gotta look that up too.
Oh girl. She I always get smaller drag jewelry because I'm 5'4". If I get a normal drag set, literally it will cover my entire boob because that's how big some drag sets are.
Oh,
This was actually something I was gonna make. I mean, these are really heavy, but they're like those globes on your ears, and I thought,
the bulbs.
yes, and I thought I have got to start making some fabulous jewelry, like big, beautiful.
See, you do that, Jenna. Then you have somebody to reach out to. You can reach out to Jay and say, "Hey, is this big enough? Not okay. Let's make it bigger."
Exactly.
It
Class
can
it
never
up.
be too big.
True.
Yes. Love it.
Size is not a problem.
No,
That's
that's not a problem.
That's what I hear.
All right. So I Jade, we're gonna leave you right there. To hell with it. All
right.
As long as these guys don't mind.
No,
that way, if you have a question too, Jade, you can throw it in there. So we're waiting on a couple shows, anyways. So we're gonna kind of ramble a little bit here. So, Alicia, oh my God, I love her reaction on that necklace.
Ah, that's awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Yeah. Are you serious? That's awesome. So I have to ask.
Go ahead, Jade. Jenna.
Oh, I was just gonna say I have to ask though, where do you make your own jewelry? I mean, do you gals? I should gals. I don't know. Sorry. Do you make jewelry? Do you create your own clothing? I don't know.
I know a lot of gals this year have gotten into making their own stuff because we're bored and we don't have anything else to do with our time.
Mm-hmm.
I ended up with a vodcast. Some girls made gorgeous outfits.
Yeah.
But I always stand my Rocks by Cox because Lolly, she is one of the best in the drag jewelry business. She makes stuff for a lot of the girls that are on RuPaul's Drag Race. And she lives right near us. Like my co-host Amethyst just goes over to her house and is like, girl, I'm going to take that. Here's my rent payment. Bye.
That's what I need. That's what I need.
That's amazing.
Fancy used to do her own jewelry as well. Fancy,
I do remember that. Yeah,
that's
I do remember
awesome. T-Roy, do you ever dibble dabble with anything?
Not really.
Like, Oh no.
I always say this about
I don't know
T-Roy.
what I would make, but it wouldn't be what I would want it to make at the moment in time. It would be horrible. Like in school, I did excellent. I made like dresses and vests, but I just totally stopped it. So yeah, I haven't. It would be horrible.
Oh, well, then I won't ask you to make me anything.
He could probably make you a coonskin cap more than he could a dress. More than he could a dress.
If you make one, I'll pay you for it and you can ship it to me, and I'll next time I'm on Ted's show, I'll put it on and
there you go.
Wear that hat.
Absolutely.
Well, that's one of the things that I wanted to bring up is because, and that's why I want to leave Jade here too. I mean, even though Jade is, I mean, this is going to sound so like stupid. No, I'm not going to say it. Anyways.
Now you have to. Go ahead, Ted.
Well, you look at Jade, right? And it's like, she's like this classy bitch from downtown Philadelphia or something like that. You know what I mean? She's like the drag queen, normal, type thing. And then you look at T-Roy because he's gay and he's fabulous in his own way. But in Missouri,
I'm gay.
What? We have homosexuals on this network.
Homosexuals?
Not the homosexuals.
You stopped me there for a minute. I was like, you brought me back.
But it's like there is a difference because of where you live.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The environment makes you different. And even there is a picture, and I don't have it, but there is a picture of T-Roy in this fabulous hat that this woman made for him. I mean, it's a gorgeous piece. Yeah. And it's done up beautiful the way the photo looks. And he's got it on his page or something. I think it's on his TikTok. And my cousin joined his TikTok, saw this picture and said, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Oh.
It was nice.
It's like, that is so beautiful. And she wasn't talking about the hat. She was talking about the whole piece, meaning him with the hat, the whole thing. And it's like, even living in Missouri, you can be fabulous. You know what I mean? It's one of those things.
You can be fabulous everywhere.
Is everybody on TikTok? Because I'm not on TikTok. Do I need to be on there?
I'm not on TikTok.
You would have a blast.
Come and find me, girl.
All right, I'm getting on TikTok tonight.
You will be
days of your life.
Yeah,
I'm
you
just
don't.
throwing it out there. You're literally just gonna go.
That's the problem. That's why I don't like these things, because then I don't live. I can't sit down all day. Otherwise, I won't do anything. It's like I could.
Right?
Yeah.
It's probably horrible, but I don't even watch the shit. I just put my stuff on there and do my thing because I would so totally get into it like horribly.
Well, good for
there's
you.
There's a video of him in some place where there's clothes, and he's actually doing a catwalk showing off all these clothes.
Yes.
And that's amazing.
Actually, I'm going to borrow a coat and a jacket from them because she does beautiful. Oh my God, they're just so shiny and sparkly.
And who is this person that makes this for you, so she can give a shout out?
It's a lady that owns the Red Garter off of 248 Branson, Missouri.
Beautiful. Oh, Branson is so beautiful. That's right. I talked to you about Branson. Oh, Branson's amazing.
Yeah, if T-Roy has his way, I'll be moving there.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Well, if I ever go through, I'm stopping to see all of you. If I go through New York, if I go through Branson.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania.
PA, yeah, definitely. I'll be like the traveling hello girl. Hello.
And so it's cool. I mean, I love the difference between the LGBTQ friendly shows that we have. I mean, they're also different, even though like with Scarlett being on your show, Jade, and then her having Across the Pond, it's different. It's great though. I mean, there's a lot of diversity with all of these shows. I mean, T-Ray's gone out and sorry, Jade, we'll get right to you. T-Ray went out and he's interviewed country singers. He's, all different types of gay females, gay males, just hat, just everything. And it's just, what didn't you do? You did an interview with trans family.
Yes.
Right? You did the trans family. I mean, that's amazing.
Fabulous. Oh my God. They were so awesome. I've known them most of my life. The husband that is trans. And yeah, I've known them all my life, all their life, and they're just fabulous. Beautiful.
It's something you don't see.
No.
You just don't see that stuff.
No, not around here, especially not around here.
Okay, Jade, let's go to you. You were going to say something.
I was.
No, you don't remember.
Girl.
The weight goes on, the brain goes out.
I hear you, girl. I'm the same way.
Yeah, totally.
One bungee cord, that's all it's there. And it just bounces back, and I can't let it go.
So, Jade, when we do the men, us guys from WLFE dressing up in drag, I think T-Roy should come along too, and I think you girls should do him up as well.
That'd be cute.
God.
I would partner.
Oh my!
I want to partner you with Scarlett.
I've never been done in drag before.
You with a Scarlett beat would be amazing.
Yes.
T-Roy, I loved your face when you said that. You were like,
what do you mean? No, never.
He glowed a little bit there for a second.
Now, if T-Roy does get made up now, is he going to have to shave? Are you going to have to shave? Will you shave?
Awesome.
We will not force that on anyone.
I love the hair. It makes me so
good.
I don't know.
The husband's here, T-Roy. Your husband's here.
Hi, hubby. I love you.
Hi, hubby.
Oh, I love Alicia. She is killing me. She goes, I'm living for that.
She is one of our super fans. Like, I adore her.
She's amazing. That's great.
Yes.
I really think that, like I said, the diversity is very, very cool. And I actually would like to see a night where Jade, you and Across the Pond and Everything Yet Nothing come together and do like a special. I think that would be awesome.
That would be
so cool. That would be.
I'm going to make a note of that
because I mean, now that we have, I'm going to do this. Now that we have this network on stream, which is on WLFE-DB.com, the LGBTQ Friends channel, that would be something that we could throw up there right along with everything else, because having a TV channel, there's only so much content that I have between your three shows. So it's like the more content we could get, the better it's going to be as a TV show goes, because people are going to get bored seeing the same stuff.
Yeah,
so if every once in a while we come up with something different or unusual, that would be great. I mean, I would love to see Jade's TikToks in there, or yours. Or yours, T-Roy. That strut that you did, that whole thing.
Yeah.
No,
I
think it would be great.
I ate it
so, yeah. So let's get your time up and stuff. So your show is on. T-Roy's show is on. God, now I forgot.
Thursdays at 9 o'clock
Central.
Yes, 10 o'clock.
Right.
Eastern.
Yes. Okay. Let me just put that in here because I've been doing it for everybody, and so see if I can spell this right without the correction, with these computers.
Yeah. To your credit, Teddy, it only took you 6 months to know how to pronounce my last name. So,
oh my God, it was so funny because I misspelled her name, how to say it. I mean, I was terrible. I'm surprised she didn't throw a shoe at me.
It boggles my mind. So many people will mispronounce that last name right there. It's exactly the way it's spelled. People are like, Devore. Where's
Devoir? Do they ever say devoir?
The first poster I was ever on for a show spell checked my name. So I was Jade Severe.
Oh no!
Oh my God, that's hilarious though.
Oh my goodness.
That's good.
So whenever I'm in a really foul mood, I'm like, "Hi, I'm Shade Severe."
Yeah. No.
I don't
So
want to
don't push my buttons. I'm
Exactly.
Jade. Yeah, don't push
That-
my buttons, bitch. Yeah,
That spell-
exactly.
You guys, that spell check has gotten me in trouble more than once. I mean, I have put some things out there. I push send. I mean, it's just like you, and I'm a finger typer. I've recently started using my fingers, but yeah, then I send out crazy messages. So what do you guys do about that?
I
Let
don't
it
know.
go.
I've never had a ducking problem with it.
Oh, I love you, girl.
Oh my god. So everything, yet nothing. Oh, I forgot the damn thing, but whatever. But Thursdays, 10 p.m. Eastern on WLFE-DB.com, and you can catch them on all the places that you normally catch your podcasts.
Yes.
They are, and I keep forgetting to put that back up on the top. So, Spotify, iTunes, all of that stuff. And now on the LGBTQ Friends
Yes.
channel. You know how many times I've said that fast? I'm like, no, that's not right. And and this is for you guys, I just heard back from an LGBTQ, another network, and we're going to be talking about maybe bringing some of their shows over to kind of fill up the space as well, so that we have more shows on there, so it keeps it going.
Absolutely.
Yeah, whatever I can do. And they reached out to me tonight, and they're just like, I know it's late, but we got. I'm like, yeah, we'll talk tomorrow, and we'll get it all straightened out, and they're going to do some promoting for us and stuff as well. So it's going to keep the ball rolling. Yeah. I really do try to keep all of our shows in a certain frame of mind, so that when I'm like checking out group pages or stuff comes up like on the internet, I'm like, man, I wonder if that would work for the network to where we could draw more people in.
Right.
And that's why I think that if we do like Jade, like I was talking about when we were interviewing Jade with doing Inside the Drag Closet tour, I think that would be amazing and just draw more to not just them, but to the network as well.
Mm-hmm.
I have to be a little selfish about it, so, but it's all about getting, them more in the limelight and you, T-Roy, more in the limelight. And, Jena just got a great opportunity for being a voiceover actress for WLFE. She just got picked up by Carter Novels to actually, she's now doing voiceovers for books. She's reading books as audiobooks. Yeah.
Awesome.
So it's great.
That is awesome.
Yes, well, I've always wanted to do it. And here's the thing. After my NDE, I've been saying yes to all the opportunities, and that's what everybody needs to do. And I think you guys, gals, I always say you guys, we're from the Midwest. We always say you guys. I know that everybody does too. But I know you guys. Oh no, now I forgot what I was saying. Forget it. Cut.
And she hasn't had anything to drink.
I don't drink. I'm just naturally like this. Sorry, everybody.
Same.
You don't drink either, T-Roy? Oh, who said same? Was that you, Jade?
That was me.
Oh,
I'll drink once in a great while, but there's got to be a reason.
Yes, right? and it's got to be tasty. Maybe like a little shot of Bailey's and sip it. Oh, yeah.
I think you were talking. I think Jena, you were talking about the opportunity that you got with doing voiceover thing. You always wanted to do it. I think.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. After my NDE, I realized that you have to say yes to everything. You have to say yes. These opportunities are coming to us every day. They're literally given to us. And we have to say yes. We've got to stop saying no to these opportunities, because every opportunity we turn down, we're not moving forward. So I think, look at us. All four of us have been grabbing those opportunities.
Oh,
so
yeah.
congratulations.
Yes.
That's funny.
Yes. I'm actually getting ready to get into acting through the actor that I'm having on my next show next Thursday at 9:00.
Awesome.
You're getting into acting?
Yes.
You have to tell me how that goes.
I will totally tell everybody. Everybody will be kept up with it. I'll mention it and talk about it on the show.
Yeah. shit, I did it again. T-Roy. I kept saying I was starting the J with Jade, but T-Roy, your show. I mean, there are so many things that you do in your interviews that I find like, and we all do it. It's like it's something that we don't pay attention to. Like I say the word a million times through my show.
Right? Yeah.
You know, T-Roy has one too, and for the life of me, it just escaped me. But he has one that he says all the
I say a lot of stuff all the time.
No, I purposely picked this out earlier. I was going to write it down and I didn't because it's like it's something you do. It's something you say like at the tagline of like every other sentence, and it's like, oh, I want to remind him not to say that so much. And and I'm like, oh shit, I forgot it now, so I can't even do
Well,
it.
if you remember it, let me know because yes, definitely let me know.
Well, see, this is a great opportunity. We can all watch all of your shows and find that word, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's funny because people have said to me, hey, I've watched your network, I've watched your shows. Across the Pond was giving away stuff. I think Jay, did you give away? You gave away stuff too, didn't you? At one point,
Not yet. We are working on a couple things, but we haven't done a giveaway yet.
Oh, it was Where's My Sage? I don't know how I got you guys mixed up in there, but yeah, Where's My Sage was doing
the same show.
Oh, okay,
Practically.
Could you? I'm just going to throw that. Could you see drag queens doing like paranormal investigations in high heels and all dressed up going through?
Oh my god, I want to. I would so do that, and I would scream like a bitch.
Or hunting Bigfoot. Or hunting Bigfoot.
Can I film, please? I'll run the cameras.
It's funny when we were talking with Jessica Stone DeLorean, who was on the episode of Celebrity Impersonators. I was telling her about WLFE, and she has a YouTube series called True Magic because she is pagan. And I was like, "Oh my god, girl! Let me know more." She needs
to come over here. She needs to come over here.
It's TRU with an umlaut, and I think it's magic with a K. She was a sweetheart. Like, that's the best part about all of the shows we've been doing. Like, I have formed friendships with drag performers I've never met before.
Right.
And like, earlier today, like, I was doing my makeup on Facebook Live, and Kiki Stratton from New Mexico is just like, "Hey, girl, how you doing?" Like, we clicked.
Wow, that's cool.
And it was so much fun.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Isn't that true? Like we don't talk to each other anymore, and it's becoming so sad. I can't wait to hug people. That's my big thing. I love giving hugs.
Oh, I know. I love hugs. It's like
just sharing that love.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I can't wait until we get that normal back.
I know, right?
Yeah,
it happened.
Yeah. It's changed a lot, but it's also given us a lot of opportunities like these shows, and we have been able to. Even some of the more serious issues, and we're going to be getting to Jason, with having, bipolar disorder or, even me. I mean, I have anxiety, I have depression, I have panic attacks, and, those are serious issues.
They are.
And it's nice that we're able to have a platform like this to talk to people about them.
I have just about everything that you just said and PTSD. So
yeah, and you know what? I had talked to a counselor about some of the things because I may also have PTSD because there was a couple of incidents that really affected me and they haunt me still. And she says that's probably PTSD.
Yeah.
So there's so many things, but it's like Jade's show the other night. As I was listening to her and her show, and I'm like, this thing popped up about on the feed on Facebook. It was talking about that 19-year-old gay kid that was beaten to death.
Yeah.
Oh.
In the state of Washington, of all places.
Yeah.
And so I brought it up to her. It's like, why is this still happening?
Yeah.
And then I thought about this. It's like a month ago, not even a month ago, I got a death threat.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, why am I getting a death threat? I'm in the middle of nowhere. There's more cows than people here. Why am I getting a death threat?
People's balls are so big behind the screen, but man, you put them in front of a person and they would never treat you like that.
No.
That's why I never stand up on my show.
Yeah.
Wait.
Uh-huh.
So there is a reason.
I'll show myself out.
But yeah, but being able to talk about these topics is probably why I got the death threat, because I talk about, even on Paratalk Radio, because it is primarily a paranormal show, but there are topics that come up sometimes within that field that are real. You know what I mean? They're not something you can just throw away. So once in a while we talk about things, and it happens. And that's like with your shows. You guys have a variety shows on LGBTQ Network.
Yes.
The amount of people that probably see that and then make a comment, but yet they're too, they can't get up there to say it to your face. That type of deal.
On March 31st for Inside the Drag Closet, we wanted to dedicate the entire month to kings, but we did have a situation come up. One of the kings had to drop out. So I was trying to figure out what to do at the end of the month. I'm bringing in a therapist, and she's going to be there with me and the co-hosts, and she's amazing. Her name is Andrea Jones.
Awesome.
And she focuses on LGBT couples and just LGBT cases.
Yeah.
When is that?
March 31st.
Oh, my birthday's March 10th, by the way.
Oh, nice.
I'm going to be 29 again.
That's only
With
a couple
lot of
days.
I know. A lot of years
4 days.
experience.
Well, that's why Jade, I love T-Roy's show too. It's because he's bringing on topics that are important, that not only the LGBTQ community should be aware of, but also the people that are not familiar with it should understand and see.
Exactly. Like, that's what I want. I want to open eyes and change minds, because I think it's time for people to understand. And the only way they're going to understand is for us to put it out there and let them know, hey, this is shitty, or this isn't shitty. This is the right way. This is what happens when you do certain things to people, and really trying to put it out there to make a difference.
And see, that's what we have to do. I mean, the only time that I express that I'm gay is on you guys' shows, because I wasn't raised that way, I guess. You know what I mean? I'm not a fluent gay, I guess is the best way to put it. But it's like, I hate labels. And this is something that I've always hated labels. And I've always hated the gay, straight, bi, lesbian. Yeah, I've always hated that. Always hated it. Because I've had to fight that too and say, I'm just me. I'm Teddy. Why can't you call me Ted or Teddy? Why do you have to announce me as gay?
Yeah.
Why?
Right.
But some people in the gay community though want that. I don't. Go ahead, Jay. You were gonna say.
I was like that when I was younger. I'm an actor. Can't I identify as an actor? Yeah. And then as I started doing drag and, being out there more, the first title I ever held, I was Miss Central Pennsylvania Pride. And I was like, you know what? This isn't about me now. This is about that little gay kid who's afraid to come out, or whose parents are like, don't be throwing slurs at the child that they should not say. I almost said it myself because I was called that. Not by my family, but, I realized if I can be a role model for someone else, then I'm doing something right. And that's the goal. Granted, no one's going to look this good. But
I have
sorry, I'm obsessed.
I feel you, girl. I feel you.
The next time I come on with you guys, I am going to do myself up. And I'm talking makeup. I am talking hair.
Girl.
Oh, I love it.
Fabulous, baby.
We have heard from Australia. Mr. Robert.
Accurate.
Hi, Robert. That was not an Australian accent.
Yeah.
So,
but
what is a thespian again?
An actor.
Oh, I feel silly now. Well, I am
none of us are arguing it either. None of us are doing that. Girl, it's okay. We're all just like, yeah.
Do you know how many stupid funny like movies out there, like those little skits. They'll say, "Oh, I'm a thespian." They're like, "Oh, I've never been into that." Meaning because they mix it up with lesbianism or something like that, and it's just so funny.
Well, that's why I was just like, okay, this is one I don't know all of a sudden because I thought, okay, LBGT. No. So
now there's just a plus at the end because there's like all these other things now.
Yes.
But that's hard. And I'm saying this as a straight person. It's hard knowing.
Well, honey, when you're gay too, it's hard. I'm like, what?
Yeah. It's not just straight people.
More
it's
and more.
All of us.
Like,
well, I think if we get the knowledge, then we'll understand it more. But right now, like you guys are saying, we don't have the knowledge out here on the internet.
Yeah.
At least good, good, what is it? Teaching mechanisms, give them the knowledge. Knowledge is power.
Yeah. Well, remember our grandparents. I mean, I know that mine. I mean, our grandparents always taught us things in life that our parents might have forgotten. So the grandparents say, hey, that's what this is or that is. That's one of the best parts about growing up is that you can take what you've learned and pass on to somebody else. And you should, especially serious topics like the LGBTQ community or having like anxiety, depression, PTSD, anything like that. It's important that it gets said. And I think we need to continue to educate others, and that's the way it's going to go. I mean, look at the way it was back in the day. I'm talking like 1600s, 1700s. If people didn't stand up and put it out there, we would have never known. Nobody would have ever known.
No.
And so much of history from that time was storytelling. That's why theater was such an important thing. One of my favorite lessons, I used to work for a British acting company. I'm a Shakespearean trained actor.
Nice.
But one of the great things that always stuck with me was one of our directors was like, hey, anyone who tells you to look at the subtext and subtlety of Shakespeare is full of it. There's no subtlety, there's no subtext because his actors were stupid. When you announced you were leaving because you had to leave the stage. So there was no subtlety in Shakespeare. I must be gone now.
No.
Right. Idiots. But that was all of storytelling. Shakespeare didn't come up with any of his stories.
Right.
I forget which one it is, but Shakespeare and Marlowe were both doing the same play at the same time, just written differently.
Well, look at Native Americans. Native Americans have had to pass it down through, and they would go through this with these kids, and these kids would grow up listening to these stories, so they would tell it exactly. They couldn't mess up a word. You know what I mean? Because, it's just amazing. Oh, it's amazing. Yeah. So I agree. This storytelling is amazing. I think we should all do more of it.
The sad part about that, though, is that some of the LGBTQ stories, especially from the past, have been swept under the rug or forgotten about because it wasn't passed on. And, there has been mass murders of gay and lesbian over brutal. The years.
Absolutely brutal.
And you're like, this is America. Why is it happening here?
Yeah.
I will tell you, I watched on Amazon a show, and it was about, I thought I was going to be, learning about gay people in Russia, and I want them to take this show off. It has someone actually being raped, and I want it off. I want it off of Amazon. It is the worst thing I've ever seen. I had to shut the show off. I thought, this is terrible. How could you put someone on the air getting assaulted? How? Why would Amazon, you take that down. It's not good.
What up, man?
No, because somebody's gonna say it's educational. We're teaching.
No,
and you know what? That's the same
Sorry.
as when you used to see those like news broadcasts where they had three gay men blindfolded and on their knees and they're about to chop their head off with a machete just because they're gay.
Yep.
I don't want kids seeing that. I don't want anybody seeing that.
No.
It's time to change the world. That's what we're doing here. It's got to change.
We're changing it so it doesn't come to shit like that.
Yeah. Well, and it starts by getting stuff like that off of Amazon and these. Oh, I'm sorry, but it's awful.
To pull it back around to storytelling, though, they just announced today that Pose is going to do season 3. If you have not watched Pose, watch Pose.
Pose is awesome.
A fictitious telling of the ballroom scene. They have people who were involved in the ballroom scene. Well, people involved in the ballroom scene in season 1. They didn't bring most of them back for season 2. So season 2 got a little more fictitious. But I'm excited to see what season 3 brings, even though it's only 7 episodes.
Yeah, and it brought up, right from the beginning of Pose, it brought up the lifestyle, it brought up AIDS, it brought up all that stuff the things that needed to be brought up.
Yes.
But in the right light, not the way some shows put it out there. And we're talking about Hollywood here. In the way they make movies.
Kudos to them for having a cast of trans women played by trans actors.
Right.
That is amazing. And I don't care what anybody says, Dominic Jackson needs to play Storm in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
I think that's awesome. I think that's awesome. All right, so I got to put this up because we do have to move along a little by little here. So Everything Yet Nothing, which is T-Roy's show, is on Thursday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern on Wlfe-Db.com. Yes. And you can check him on all your local places that you hear your podcast from because he's right out there. And you can watch them right on the internet, right on our own website now because the 3 pages are listed. Just pop in and take a listen. I mean, we've had a great night here. We've had a ton of shows.
Absolutely great show.
On here tonight. We're missing quite a few. I'm really sad that we haven't gotten to some of them, but it's been marvelous showing our hosts and what is actually, we're projecting, what we're putting out there for people to see.
And I appreciate you doing that. Like, that is so awesome. I think a lot of us should do that for each other. Put us out there more than,
I think the interaction with WLFE shows, I mean, we've all been slow at, well, not me because I do it for everybody, but I think there's a level where we slowly try to promote each other. I think it's slowly coming around, so that's getting better and stuff like that. But I still have one more show to bring on, and then, or 2 more shows. We have Jason right behind T-Roy, so if we can make them swap places.
Yes.
And we will get him up here quick. And we're going to go a little over our time. Sorry, Dom. I know you're in the back. We'll get you up here shortly. So, Jason, we're going to talk about your show now, which is called The Bipolar DM. So why don't you talk a little bit about your show, and I will fix this little line thing across where people can see about your show. So kind of explain how this came about and what it's about.
Well, the show is about Dungeons and Dragons, indie writing, and mental illness. And what it is all 3 of them are aspects of my life and help me in my recovery and living with mental illness. Dungeons and Dragons has done that with making me more social and being able to get out there and be more personable with people, because having bipolar and borderline personality disorder, you tend to isolate yourself a lot, especially when you act out badly because of your illness. Yeah. And so Dungeons and Dragons has done that for me. And I've written 2 books too. I also
another 2-booker.
I'm in the 2-book club.
There you go.
And but that's part of my indie writing too. It was very therapeutic to write as well, and then of course to discuss mental illness, which is something that's still not talked about a lot and is very misunderstood. And so I talk about, like in my debut show today, about about suicide and suicide prevention. And unlike a lot of other shows that talk about suicide, I don't focus on the act of suicide. I focus on the prevention and the effects of it has on other people. And so that was what we talked about today. I had a veteran on. We talked about veteran suicide. We had a civilian on. We talked about civilian suicide. We had T-Roy on talking about suicide within the LGBTQ RX, XYZ, the whole community.
That's why we don't say that anymore. We just
exactly. Yes, yes, we have plus, and talked about that too, because that's also something that a very high suicide rate within the community that's not talked about because of bullying and bigotry and all that goes on. And so I talk about those hard subjects that people don't want to talk about, and that's what the show is all about. Dungeons and Dragons, even that has a very checkered past. You have like the satanic scare of the '80s and stuff like that a lot of people don't even remember had happened.
I remember.
Yeah, we kind of date ourselves when we're remembering that, but yes, we remember that stuff. And so we talk about a lot of that stuff and how it interrelates and how that connects and how we connect to people too, because recently I've been starting to take classes on using Dungeons and Dragons in therapy, in a therapeutic session with right now I do a Dungeons and Dragon game with kids on the autism spectrum. And so we help them get more be in a safe place to practice social skills and coping mechanisms with little or no repercussions if they fail. And so we are doing that, and we're expanding out to veterans with PTSD and all that. So we're reaching out to some vets that are interested in playing Dungeons and Dragons also in a therapeutic session. So all of this in my show just kind of makes a roundabout way connects. And that's what my show is all about, is making all those connections in a way that makes people understand mental illness in a much better light.
Yes.
I just love the way all of these shows are so educational. They really are.
Oh, yes. I mean, I've learned so much just from, just sitting in on T-Roy's show. I'm off camera a lot of times when he's broadcasting, but I've learned so much just being on his show. I was a guest on Across the Pond, and I learned a lot just by watching their show too. Everybody has been so gracious and welcoming to me since I've joined the family. And I love all of you guys and gals so much for how you've accepted me as I am. Not pretending to be anything else other than somebody that's really messed up and trying to live their life.
I think we're all messed up in some way.
Oh, yeah.
I know I am.
I know Ted is.
I'm right there with you. I think Ted's right. I think everybody's messed up. We all have issues. We all have problems. We've all been made fun of. We've all made fun of other people. We live and learn, and everybody has fingers now.
Yeah.
No, but really.
The thing is like it is one of the things that I like about our network is that each person that comes on and has their own show, they always bring up a topic that's sensitive in one way or another. And even if they make a little joke of it to make it lighter, it's still a topic that needs to be discussed. It's still a topic that's out there so that people can ask questions. It's like Jade, she says, hey, even if there's a question that you're embarrassed to ask or you're not, please, send it to us in an email. It's just, you can stay anonymous. It's like, if you have a question, ask it. Don't be afraid to ask. I mean...
Yes, and I put that out too on my own show, where if you have a question, comment, or topic suggestion, something you want me to research or talk about, please, email me at thebipolardm@gmail.com or visit my webpage, thebipolardm.com. Or, of course, I also love plugging Wlfe-Db.com just because I'm so grateful to all of you for what you've done for us. So I love plugging the call signs for your show.
Thank you.
Yes, and I enjoy it quite a bit. So, as I practice it, it's going to roll off the tongue a lot easier. But I enjoy every second that I've been doing so far. Even though it's only been one show, I've been practicing, and we've had some technical glitches. I'm in a fight right now with my internet provider. I got a bill that says they owe me $2.50. I called them up. They say I owe them $780. Yes.
Yeah. You got to love it. You got to love it.
Yeah. So I'm going to go in there on Monday morning, call my bill up saying, well, look, I want my $2.50 and my internet back, and I don't care what you say about, owing $780,
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Let us know what happens with that, please.
Right?
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, no, but I think it was T-Roy that brought you to me.
Yes, T-Roy and Kevin did. Because I sat in on the show, and they also, sitting on the show, helped me go from being a podcast that was only going 15 to 20 minutes to now an hour-long show, seeing how he did his own show, with the breaks and how he brought guests in and stuff like that. And I'm like, I can do that too. And so I've been very much inspired by T. Roy and Kevin and their show and everybody else's as well. And wanting to do more with my show.
And you're welcome.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, these shows, sometimes, Jade, yours is what, an hour and a half?
Yep.
An hour and a half. And it goes by so damn fast.
Oh, it does. Like, I look at the clock and it's like 15 after, and then I don't even look. And then when I do look, it's like, oh my God, we only have like 20 minutes left. I'm not done yet.
Yeah, I bled over on the show into your show by accident, just because I wasn't watching the clock, and I had such great guests on talking about suicide prevention and their personal experiences with it.
And it doesn't, see, for me, like doing a special broadcast like this, I know there's other, and I wanted to bring this up earlier and I forgot, there is like we have friends from another network that are helping our shows as well. Liz and Frank from Psycho Bunny and was it
Otis B. Dreads,
Psychomantium 13. I mean, they have their own kind of, it's kind of a they talk macabre stuff like that, but they have been very gracious over the past 6 months to a year where they're sharing WLFE, and they've been good to some of our shows. In fact, 3 of our shows are now streaming to them as well, which is great, so it brings in more viewers. And I just want to say thank you to them for doing that. That's awesome. Even though it may not fit certain aspects that we have, and we're a little different in the way we run things, they're great people, and they were gracious enough to say, "Hey, Teddy, we want to do this for you," and we can't thank them enough for it, which is great. And that's why I said for Jade earlier, and to Across the Pond, and to T-Roy, it's like, this other network, this LGBTQ network, trying to get them to work alongside of us is only going to expand that as well.
Yes.
And, people go, "Oh, well, how did you get that?" And it's like, I just asked. I have a voice. It's not, email.
That was exactly how I got started. I just sent an email asking. It's like, hey, I have this podcast. You want to listen to it? And, and I got these friends that are already on your show. And that was how it started, was just by asking. And it's just like what Jena has said, which is these opportunities, you got to seize them when they come about, because you never know if they'll ever happen again.
Yep. That's that. You're absolutely correct. And I mean, I've listened to your podcast, and I was amazed at some of the numbers, which coming over to us and the people that follow you, which is great. And then, for you doing your first one with us, and you were like, when we first spoke, you were like, "Well, I'm used to doing 15 minutes. I might be able to do a half hour." And the next thing I know, you're texting or emailing me back saying, "I can do an hour." And I'm like, okay.
I was also manic at that time too. And I put out like 6 podcasts in a night.
Wow.
But it still worked out in the end. So, but yeah, I was super manic.
Yeah. Well, I know, like, for myself, with having anxiety and depression and having panic attacks, there are moments where if I didn't have my meds, I was like out of my mind.
Yeah.
And so when somebody has a health issue, I've never just overlooked it, because once you have an issue, you start paying attention to other things, and you're like, it's kind of like, when you see that dog on the side of the road when you're walking and they haven't eaten in a while, you pat them on the head and you get them something to eat. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, you just don't walk by.
Yeah.
You actually pay attention, because everybody, especially the older you get, you find out you have other issues. Like my father, I mean, some of you know the story. My father's issues are starting to climb, and with memory loss and Parkinson's and, everything. It's like you have to, and 22-year vet. I mean, you can't just walk away. You just can't not look at the situation.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't care if he's your father, your sister, your mother, whatever. I mean, real people. That's what we're talking about here, is real people with real issues that are willing to share their experiences, whether it be being in drag or just being gay from Missouri, or being a paranormal investigator from Pennsylvania, or you know what I'm saying? It's like there are issues and topics that need to be brought to light, and WLFE, and I'm going to say John Winter, who is the one that owns this company, it said, "Here, I want to build it around your show." And I said, "No, let's make it bigger. Let's reach out to other people." And he said, "Here, run with it." So that's what I've done. And I thank every single one of you guys and gals that are a part of this network, because without you, we wouldn't be doing this, because I can't do it myself. So I value every single one of you, and I value what you've gone through, and I respect what you've gone through and what you're doing every single day.
Yeah.
So that's my heart to you guys.
I always love telling you how much I appreciate you, because I feel like we don't do it enough because of all the stuff that you do for us. I mean, you go out above and beyond to help us out and get us set up and everything like that. I mean, unbelievably so. Yep. And when I started out, I was very straightforward, saying not if, but when I have a moment where I can't do a broadcast, I'm going to have some shows in the attic ready to go.
Right.
Because I know how I am, and I know how my illness is, and I was very forthcoming about it too. That there will be those times when I will not be able to do a broadcast because of my mental illness.
Right.
But I was going to be ready for it, though. Be planning ahead. That's what part of having a mental illness is planning ahead for not if, but when. When I go to the hospital, when I go to the ER, when I become suicidal, all that stuff is going to happen. It's just a matter of time when it's going to happen.
That's like everyday life for all of us. I don't care who you are and what you go through. We all plan ahead for something, and you have to, because life gets in the way. And I actually wrote a song, and it's called "Life Gets in the Way," and it's because we sometimes just do our thing that we forget there's other life out there, that there's other things happening in our life that we take for granted, as well as the stuff that we just miss. We just, look at that pretty little thing, or, oh my God, look at that tomato. It looks so good, whatever. Just the simplest things. They mean a lot if you actually just stop. And Mac Davis, I don't know if any of you know who he is. He wrote a song. He's a country singer. He wrote a song called "Stop and Smell the Roses." And basically it's just pointing out, it's like, you need to stop every once in a while and enjoy the things around you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you learn. You educate yourself with this stuff, and that's the stuff that we need to pass on. And I think every show that we have on WLFE does that.
I think so too.
Agreed.
And it's still growing even bigger. Like,
oh, honey, if it keeps growing any much bigger, we're going to need to hire people, because I can't do it all.
I'm amazed as much as you do already.
Me too. I'm always saying I don't know how he does it, because
no sleep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I got the question the other day. It's like, don't you have a social life? Don't you go out and date? Don't you go, what the hell is that?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, my last relationship, when that was over with, I had oodles of time. So like everybody else with a mental disability in some sense, with having anxiety, depression, I was sick and tired of sitting around worried about everything, that I just said, you know what, I need to do something. And, writing in the journal every day wasn't helping anymore. So I basically went outside that and I said, hey, let's do a podcast. That's turned into WLFE, which, it turned into, I'm a graphic art designer as well. So there's a lot of things I was able to use there. The knowledge that I have that has grown with me over the years, and just having the interest in so many different things, it's like, you know what? I want to do it all. Damn it. I want to do it all. So, but coming back around, I love every show that we have. I love everybody that's a part of this network. And I firmly believe that all we can do is keep doing what we're doing, sharing, liking, following, pushing each other, looking for new avenues, bringing more people, pushing it out there. It's going to make us continuously grow and just make us bigger and happier. I really do believe that. you know. So, but we have to bring our last guest on for the evening,
Yes.
Mr. Dom. He has a show on WLFE, which is called Dom's Fired Again. I mean, no, it's he's probably getting tired of hearing that, but he's got a show called Real Talk with Dom. He's actually brought in some interesting individuals and people and guests that we've all seen or heard from. Dom's a wonderful guy. He too has anxiety, I think he's got that as well or something. We'll let him tell you anyways, but we're going to bring him on here. So everybody, welcome Dom to the show.
Hey, Dom.
What's up, my friends? And before we start, I just want to let you know I represent G by the Sea on every show.
What do you think I'm doing?
I
know.
What do you think I'm doing?
Dog tags.
Jade's like covering up. She goes, rocks, my cocks.
You know what? I've listened all night and I loved it. John said something really great. Because I've been taking notes. Check this out. I write shit down like old school.
Mm-hmm.
John said this is a full-time passion. He's right.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It is right. That's what we do. I mean, you got to take notes of what you know, who your guests are, who you're talking to. Just is what it is. So, I mean, I love it. And, well, Dom also is rated R at 10 o'clock on Monday nights. So,
you had to throw that in there, right? Okay.
But yeah, no, I've had the opportunity with Ted and all of my family here at WLFE-DB family to have some great shows. So yeah, very cool. My apologies, guys. I'm sorry. I'm tired because I've hung out with my friends with Ted last night, like 3:30 in the morning. So it was really cool.
Oh, I don't want to hear it. Mine was freaking 4:45 or something.
It's so cool. So one of my favorite parts of this radio thing, one of my favorite parts of doing this is in the backstages, we all hang out and drink and just chill and just talk. So yeah.
Yeah.
I am tired. But yeah, we're here together.
Cool.
So tell us about your show, like what your inspiration was for it and what you bring to your show.
Well, I am variety. I was paranormal at first. I do like the aspect of bands. I love the aspect of cinema now. I love the aspect of the vendors with G by the Sea. She'll be on my show on March 22nd, right? Yeah. But yeah, I do like the aspect of just putting the artist out there, because I never had that opportunity.
Right.
So it's really fun.
The variety aspect is such a wide range, anyways, where you can pretty much bring, whatever you want to the table and discuss it, and shed something on new light. You know what I mean? You know that saying. So bring new topics to light. There we go. So it's awesome.
It could actually blow up in your face too, as it has done for me. You know what I'm saying?
It can.
What happened? Why did it blow up in your face, Dom?
Well, you weren't there.
Well, that's probably why. Sorry.
No, but it was one of these things where it's like, you try to have a nice show and things like that, and you got to kind of run with it. And it is what it is.
Yeah, sometimes your guests cancel last minute and stuff like that. I think we've all experienced that, and sometimes it's hard to pick yourself back up and say, "Oh man, I have 10 minutes to find somebody." You know what I mean?
Yeah, no. And then that last show with the vendor show, it actually it turned my stomach to where I wanted to do more of what my heart is, and that's cinema. So you have to change your range at all times in this business, I guess. I do love vendor shows. I will do them, but not as often as I wanted to. I will go to cinema.
Now I'm starting to feel like this is my fault, Dom.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You have been one of the best vendors I've ever had in my life. And that's why you had a full 2-hour show with me on March 22nd on Real Talk with Dom.
I'm very excited. I'm making a lot of, in fact, this is one of the necklaces that I made today.
Fabulous.
I love it.
Fabulous. I love it.
Sorry, I had to show you. But yeah.
What's crazy about this entire operation is that I wanted to leave film, and then somehow I got back into it. I lost my heart with film because I got tired of the people.
Yeah.
And then I got back into it with people that I love. Now I get to hang out with people, like I'm saying, like, you know, last night, no one will know this. I get to hang out with my friends on a StreamYard from all over the world and like have shots and stuff with them. Like it was a good time. And then I could see Genevieve right there in a comment section. So here's a Genevieve for me. So Genevieve, I would have never given her an opportunity to like ever think about somebody like her other than this one night where my aunt said, let's go into her like ghost haunted happy hour, right? So I was in there. There's my mom. Love my necklace. Jenna, for that. Love it. You know,
Hi,
that.
Mom.
Love it.
Hi, Mom.
Genevieve has become a special person in my life because she is now my true co-pilot forever. We actually had a show where we were going to separate and then we're like, go our separate ways. I called her the next day and we said the same thing where it's like, this doesn't feel the same. And we're like, yeah. So there's no Real Talk with Dom without Genevieve.
I think that's kind of like, you know, Jade makes a point at her show, on her show, where she says, you know, I couldn't have this if it wasn't for my fabulous co-host. It's like they're all important for her show, you know, and I think that once you start working with people, it does become a part of your show, and you don't want to lose what you have, even though sometime down the road you may have to grow, but you know, you'll hit that when it happens.
I understand that, but right now I'm having fun, and I'd rather spend a Monday night with a Genevieve hanging out with true friends and stuff like that than say I can't. So right now, you know, we could do this. So why not Real Talk with Dom? And we say this every time too. Like, if you don't like Real Talk with Dom, if you don't like the Creepy Parlor, literally, there's so many shows you could go see on formats. You know what I mean? Go check us out.
I love the way he says talk, and then the way he just said creepy parlor got me too, because of the way he says parlor. It's so different.
Come on, what do you want me to do?
And it's funny because I don't pick on T-Roy with the words he says because he's more country than all of us.
Well, T-Roy pisses me off. T-Roy is the one person that pisses me off in the world. You know why?
Why?
Because he's so happy. I could watch his videos and I laugh at him laughing. And I'm like, how can you laugh so much? How can you be so happy, brother?
I just love it. Like, I am so happy. My husband's a big part of that, and my family and my friends, like my social circle, big part of it. And you all, my family on here, just adds to it, and I'm on cloud 9 all the time.
I love it. I told Ted in a private chat, I said, how can he laugh so friggin' much?
Right?
Like, what? How did he do it? How do you so happy?
Let me just tell you real quick that I haven't had the opportunity, but we do have a new show coming. He's putting it together now. Robert White from Australia will be joining the WLFE family. He's putting together a show called Rocked by Rob.
Love it.
It's going to be awesome.
Got your back, brother. I'll share this.
Awesome possum. Well, guys, I
Parental
must.
advisory. I am rated R, so I'll share the shit out of you, Robert.
All right, T. Roy, it was great having you here because I know
Yes.
you got to take off.
Yep.
Jason, it was great to see you.
Love you all.
Jason,
you guys, thank you
two
so
have your
much
own
for coming
show.
on.
Okay,
And
I'll be in touch.
okay.
Absolutely.
Jason, I got your back, brother. Honestly,
All right,
like I'll share you too.
All right.
Well, it was wonderful.
Yes.
It
Love
was
ya.
wonderful seeing all of you guys. Have a wonderful, wonderful day, wonderful night.
Yeah.
You too.
All right.
Love you, Bill. Mwah.
Bye.
Bye bye. Oh man, he's such a trip. Like the point you were making, he is like happy all the time.
I wish I could be
mean, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, and I deal with depression, anxiety, and panic attacks, and I'm thinking, you know, I like to start my day off on a good note, and I think I'm being funny, and then somebody else will say, "It's like, what did you do that for?" Because I thought I was happy. I thought I was being funny, and apparently I wasn't. You know, so
you know, it's a catch-22, I guess. You know, the world has changed.
yeah. And yeah, it's not the same as it used to be because everybody is like super sensitive these days about everything.
Yes.
And it's very tough. Very tough.
Well, it's scary because people are now, especially children, they don't know how to handle their emotions. So they're doing really, really dramatic things like suicide over things that can be worked through.
True.
You know?
Yeah, Jenna, you're right. I mean, like, I don't know where this show is going. I think this was just like a guest show, but like, you are completely right. Like, if people just were able to talk, kind of like what we do now, maybe there should be more formats that people can talk.
Yeah,
And,
I think it's talking and listening. I mean, because there's hearing and then there's listening. There's a difference.
Yeah.
You know, so I think that does have to happen at some point. And because of our shows, Dom, even like your show with the guests that you have, it's where, you know, you have to express yourself with it. And that's what these people do is they have a gift, they have something to share. And so we give them the platform to do that.
Well, it's tough too, because like I also suffer from, honestly, anxiety, depression, things like that. And, you know, within my nights, I hang out with you, Ted, and then other guests from other shows. We all kind of hang out and drink. That's making my nights, like, where I can't really hang out with anyone, like the StreamYards. Like,
well, I think too, COVID hasn't helped. I mean, there's people like we miss so much that we can't see, or there's restrictions on travel. There's, you know, this or whatever. And it's like, I know with Jade entertaining, like being on stage, I mean, she's not able to do her shows. And it's like, it's tough.
We talked about that on my show. We talk about it a lot. My co-hosts are some of my closest friends, and I have not seen any of them in person for a year. I see them on the show, but we have not existed in the same space for a year.
Wow.
And that's tough. That's really tough.
It is that human contact is so necessary.
It is. At work, really is. I'm a performer in my day job, and even backstage, one person sits over there, one person sits here, one person's over there, and one person's over there. We can't even be close to each other. Which, I mean, you know, if we're closer to each other for more than 5 minutes and one of us tests positive, we're all done for 2 weeks.
We're all done, right? Exactly.
Yeah, and we get it.
Genevieve, her comment is so important right there. It's like,
yeah, I brought it up once already.
It's so important. It's one of these things where it's like, if I didn't meet a Genevieve, I wouldn't have got back into the game. And then, like, Ted, I talked to you with the books, and then you got me on for a poetry session, and then I got them on to come on here and then build other shows as well too. It's like, this is like a building block of just people really, honestly, parental advisory, giving a shit about each other.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, and like Alicia just said, I mean, it is different. I mean, things have changed from like the 70s 2000s. I mean, it's definitely changed. Our history, a lot of our history from the past has gone away because it offends somebody. There's the people that have to work to survive. So the mother and father is working and the kids are off a daycare center. And what do? They stick them in front of a TV.
Right.
It's like, so what are they learning? I mean, you turn on the TV today and what are you getting? News about this being bad, this happening, that happening. And it's not good stuff. It's all negative stuff
all negative.
that we're seeing on TV.
One of my biggest pet peeves in the world is mommy and daddy are home. Yeah, honey, go ahead and play with this.
Right. Yeah, no way. I rode bikes, fought people in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we did growing up.
Yeah.
And we're best friends. You fist fight and you have a good time.
I have to say I never fought anyone, but I Jay, do you?
I didn't start it.
Okay. She doesn't want to talk about it.
I've really only been in like 2 physical fights my whole life, and I walked away from fine.
Jade, I did martial arts my entire life. So I did it like it was like a nightly thing for me. So like yeah, we just did this. And that was like my childhood. It was like amazing. And I wouldn't trade it in for the world.
Now, does that cross over into your shows? Is that why you like Real Talk with Dom? Is so that you could bring things on that are, have meaning, from the past?
Absolutely. Because I think I'm bringing in, I know I'm bringing in Cobra Kai from UFC, stuff like that. So yeah, we're bringing them in. Absolutely.
Robert
trainers and stuff like that. With my past, as far as like the movies, yeah, absolutely. I just, with everything I know, that's what I got to talk about. If I didn't have to talk about what I know, then I'd be fake.
Yeah, and that's like with Jade. I mean, and that's like any of us. It's like it's the hobbies or the experiences or the things that we had to do in our life to be us. So we become sort of like experts of it. I hate to say that, but it's true. We become so versed with it that we want to share it. We want to bring it out. We want people to know who we are because ultimately that's what it is. We put on the air who we are, like parts of our life, and that's why it happens, and I think that's what we're trying to provide is just a little piece of us so that we can teach the next generation or the generation that we're living with right now that don't understand or, so on and so forth. It's just,
you're right.
I love all of our shows for what they do.
I would rather the 6 people that watch my show to say, hey, he was real as can be.
Aww.
Did you see that comment?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Barry.
Yeah.
I haven't even really talked about my show. I was so worried about you guys and all your shows that I didn't want to.
You shouldn't be. I'm actually, you know what, Ted? I'm telling you straight up. When you said Talk with Teddy was down, I'm like, no, this can't happen because you were the inspiration that got me. And I'm like, this has to come back. It's almost like Batman. Bring me back in the game. Come on, bro.
Yeah, well, see, for me, it's like Talk with Teddy was just an extension because of COVID. It's like I had nothing to do. So, but I'm well versed in the entertainment business. I spent many, many years, 20 years on the road, between singing on stage and working with national acts and all this stuff that I had to kind of let that bloom. I guess that's the best way to put it, to where into other avenues. And so Talk with Teddy, started, and then, I kind of let that go because there was so much going on in my life, and it's still that way, and it just keeps piling on. But I have bigger responsibilities now. I have 14 or 15 other shows to care for. I have family that are having difficulties now I have to care for. So Parrot Talk Radio was the beginning of WLFE, believe it or not. And it's funny because somebody had asked, what does WLFE stand for? And believe it or not, it's because John Winter, who is the owner of the network, he goes by J. Wolf Productions.
Yeah.
So Wolf is why WLF is there. And my stage name was Ted Wolf. So, and everybody used to call me TW. So it just kind of went hand in hand. So we used the WLFE to represent both of us. Though he owns the network, and it's always been that way. But if it wasn't for talk, or if it wasn't for Parrot Talk Radio, none of this would exist.
I agree with you.
We just celebrated 5 years. I mean, that's a long time for a podcast.
I think you should just take in consideration that, like, everyone that's around here, myself, I'll just say myself, that when Talk with Teddy fell, it was depression. I'm like, this is why I do this. Why? Bring it back.
See, the inspiration now can be me with Parrot Talk Radio and WLFE because that's where my heart is.
Yeah,
So
but we'll hang out with you too.
Well, you are hanging out with me. We're hanging out backstage now, and we can do specials like this. We can do this, and this is why I said to Jade earlier. It's like you across the pond and everything, yet nothing. I think it would be fantastic that they get together and do something awesome.
I think so too, because I was on Across the Pond, and I love those boys. Like those guys are cool as shit. Like honestly, like we had a good show. The cross promotions, Genevieve, myself, Psychic Cindy, Kenny Biddle on here. Like we all are doing this as far as like promoting each other. Jenna, you're all over this, like as far as the voiceover, and then you're gonna be on my show as far as the 22nd. I love you to death.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think I do a fucking a movie show. Like I'm gonna get Bri on. I love Bri.
Right. Well, I think we need to get you in drag.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I don't think you're gonna get Tom to do it.
He's got that round face. You know what I mean? He's got that.
Like a Cabbage Patch Kid.
I can work with that.
No.
And there's spirited drag queens, so there's no escape.
No, I love it.
That's what they told me.
Are you serious? That's awesome.
Yeah, you just put glitter in the beard.
That's so wild.
We had a bearded queen on last year. Her name's Aurora Borealis.
Oh my God, she was amazing.
Love the name. Love the name. Aurora Borealis?
I tell you, I love it. So
I love it.
People who are listening, this is what I'm saying, description. Like Ted's teaching me a lot. With Jade right now, you have no idea of the background. It's totally like just blending. It looks awesome. With Ted, there's Godzillas everywhere. Jenna, there's Booey everywhere. With me, there's a Boo. So you just gotta watch.
I do have to say, I love that in your background, that poster, that WLFE-Db poster. I want one.
Yeah, and
How do we get it?
He did it on it. He did it himself.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
You guys should sell that. You guys should sell that for merch. That's really cool.
Actually, you can get it if you go to WLFE-DB.com. There's a thing for merchandise, and when you get on there, there's actually a place where you can actually get it as a backdrop. You can buy it as a backdrop, or like the size of a flag, or on any type of material. I wanted to see one for inside the drag closet because I think it would be awesome to have one like that of the girls, just a nice banner or a flag or. I love the face she just made.
Jenna, nothing in my background is to be cool. This is my station with, WLFE-Db. This is Witchwood from Alaska. Of course, Dom and Tom's World.
Yep.
Possess Tranquility here, which is
the band that
plays for me. I don't do anything. Yep. Now, Boo is here. Of course, everyone knows Boo. And then you pull that aside. No one cares. And then there's my books.
Nice. So basically, you've got a beautiful little area there just for you and you love it. Right, Dom?
This is just temporary, but at the moment, yes.
Good. That's what life is about.
Yeah,
I'm moving
because
up north.
Real Talk with Dom is moving to New Jersey.
Yes, April 4th.
Really?
Yes.
We're actually looking at houses now too. It's funny.
Oh, we're
Where?
all going to be together. Love
Where,
it.
Jenna? Where, Jenna?
Oh, I have to stay here. I wish.
Oh,
Jason won't go to he won't go to any place that isn't warm. He will not leave Fargo, but he won't go any place unless it's warm. So I can't convince him of actually leaving, picking up, and leaving Fargo. But
can't you put like hand warmers and feet warmers in his boots and gloves and clothes, like tape them on or something, and then he'll never know the difference?
you know, that would be nice. Let's talk about that later because that's a great idea.
I like that comment that I see real quick. Barry, he said, "This is so great that there's variety of WLFE-DB." Yes, that's absolutely, that's what's up. And then Genevieve, New Jersey. You know what,
Yeah.
sister?
Yep.
You know I love it.
Yeah.
That's what the point of this is. Genevieve and I said it right from the start. If you don't like us, there's so many people that you go to.
Yeah.
You and Genevieve are so wonderful together, though. I have to say, you guys do a great job together. You feed off of each other. I mean, you do a really great job of it. And I hope you don't stop.
No, it's one of these things where I would never do a show, Real Talk with Dom. Like, we said it was awkward. Like I said in the beginning, we said it was awkward. And then we're like,
awkward.
Awkward. We can't do this.
Awkward.
We can't do this without each other. I'm like,
yeah.
She could do the shows without me. Honestly, she could do it. She's
got a fabulous show. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Every single show we have on WLFE is just I myself personally, and this is really weird to say because when I was younger, looking back, like even just 3 years ago, I hated talk radio. I hated talk radio, and now it's become my life. It's like.
It is life.
Now I can't imagine not having it. I mean, do you know how many times my Echo at work, the little Amazon Echo thing, the Alexa, it's a bad thing. You put it in the store. So now I'm like, Alexa, Paratalk Radio, and it'll play our episodes.
Right.
Alexa, inside the drag closet. I don't do that very often. I do that at the end of the night because other people that are in the store. But I even did the whole thing. It's like, Alexa, play the soundtrack to Moulin Rouge, and it's like, so I was, it just,
it's crazy.
I love it.
It's crazy, but when you think of Genevieve and Robin Joan and stuff like that, like we love, Robin Joan. They support. I've sold 2 more books, or actually more books. I have 2 books, but actually, in reality, I would rather fall than see Genevieve and Robin Joan fall. Other than that, because I didn't get them here, but they were a big.
Well, in a sense, you did. You brought them. Brought them to my attention.
It's not like that. That's not what I'm saying. It's like,
okay,
I would rather them be successful, and then I could drop out.
So you're saying you want everybody else? Dom, you're saying that you want everybody else successful so you can drop out, like stop doing it?
I've been in the game a long time. Yeah, I do want to be successful. I do have goals.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to get in some movies and stuff like that before we go, but I would rather keep the people with me rather than me being the one who's like, oh, I got you here. No, I don't want to be that person. That's why you think about my shows, Kiara, the lady with the books, the 17-year-old.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
She published more books because I said, make me a promise. I said, don't stop. And she says, I didn't. And she did it.
Yeah.
So yes.
So it just shows that these shows are reaching people, and that's the whole point. But I'm going to backtrack for a second because I just noticed that Jade sent me a whole bunch of pictures. And she does this thing with her group that
we're not allowed to talk about on the air. Read the message.
Oh.
Okay, then I'm just going to say to you, just this one picture I pulled up. you look like Austin Powers.
I do. That's my day job.
Jade, would
It's
you let him
it's
send
awesome.
me? Would you let him send me the Austin Powers picture, please?
I'll
I won't
send them
share
to
it with
you.
anyone. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, but you know the whole thing, like I said, and like we've been talking about all night long. Which thank you again, guys, for being here. Is that and everybody
you,
that's been
Ted.
on this show.
Thank you.
You're welcome, and so that everybody has the opportunity. Again, I do this like I don't know every 3 or 4 months where I bring everybody on and say, hey, let's talk about your show. I think that's important. We always pick up new viewers, you know, and to let people know who we are, we have to do this stuff. And I really enjoyed having everybody that was here on tonight, giving them that 15, 20 minutes to talk about their show, to laugh with, to talk about serious topics, to just sharing the love, you know, that we have. And Jena, thank you so much for being my co-host tonight too. I mean, I wish I could keep you.
Oh, you're so sweet. You know, if I didn't have so many other things to
We've talked
do-
about this though.
I
We've talked
know.
about this 100 times.
I would
Jenna,
love to do it with you.
come over.
No, I'd love to do a show with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
I've said it to her 100 times. It's like I would love to do a show, just me and Jena have our own show, something like what Talk of Teddy was. I think we would have had a great show. And you know what? We never know what the future holds.
Exactly. I was just gonna say you just
We never
never
know.
know, Ted.
Well, March 22nd, you're going to be with me, and then Ted's going to have a StreamYard too. He could just pop in. We're going to have a little bit of good time.
I hope you're ready for 2 hours of me.
I don't think that's enough time.
I know. Tell me about it.
And my birthday's the next day.
Oh yeah,
Indeed.
23rd, right?
Indeed.
I remember you saying.
Well, you know what? In the back room, I just noticed that somebody that has her own show is sitting in the back room, and we expected her hours ago. And she looks like she's from Star Wars.
Oh.
Wait, are you ready? Are you ready?
Yes, please.
Are you ready? Are you ready? The person I'm talking to, are you ready to come on? Okay.
Christ.
She's got a hood. Let me just tell you, she's got a hood on. She looks like one of those Jedi Knights, the way she's, you know, the way she's all dressed up here. I don't know what the hell she's doing because now I see her ceiling fan. I gotta wait to bring her on because I'm not just gonna turn it on and have a ceiling fan.
Hey, Ted, would I
Yeah.
be able to leave for like 2-3 minutes just to
go
use the restroom?
Yeah, go for it, honey.
All right, I'm gonna.
You've only been on 3 hours.
I know poor Jade too. She's been on right from the beginning. I'm like, oh my god. It's like I'm waiting for her to say, I gotta go.
I said it about 15 minutes ago in the chat, and
Oh,
you've
you did?
ignored it.
I've learned how to do this. You just put a bucket in front of you.
Teddy, read the messages. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Jade. My husband just got home. I need to get out of here. Go.
Right.
I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna leave with just saying I had such a good time. Everybody out there, watch all the shows. Tune into everyone, have fun, laugh a lot. That's what I did tonight. And my husband just got home at like 15 minutes ago, so he's probably passed out downstairs now. But
Go jump on him.
Take care of each other, love each other, be kind to each other, and enjoy WLFE-DB radio. Good night, kids.
I'll see you again,
Good night,
my
Jade.
friend.
Oh my god, she is.
And
such
then there was
a
us
great-
again.
Oh, you know, yeah, because Cindy's frozen. And
Oh yeah,
Dave from Step Into the Paranormal was supposed to be on. He said he was there, but he couldn't get in, and I never saw him pop up. So he must be using the wrong stream.
Well, this is
StreamYard.
live TV, right?
So, but this. Oh yeah, we're live.
All right, so hold on 1 second. Hold on. Just
okay.
live
Right.
TV.
We're on live TV. Yes.
This is an absolute family here. Ted has no idea how much appreciation that we all do, that he does for us. I want, the world to know, like, he literally goes in and out editing within his own personal life. And everything you think of, he's there for you. And that's why I'm here. I would have given up on entertainment if it wasn't for Ted. Ted, straight up, I thank you from not only Real Talk with Dom, because you created it, but Dominic Santicero himself. I love you, brother.
You. I love you too. I love everybody. That's just we've had such a great night here, and every show that we have has become very important to me. As like you said, I mean, every day I spend working on these shows every single day. There isn't a day that I don't do something. I mean, and right now I've been focusing on the TV channels, which I'm going to do this quick while I have the opportunity.
Sure.
Hang tight, they're dumb. So I'm going to run this for you quick, and hang on, Jenna. I'm going to show you guys something that I meant to do earlier and I forgot to do, so that if I'm going to have to put it in our streams, and I'll send it to everybody if they want to play it. But if you want to know how to watch all of WLFE shows on the Stream Network, this is how you do it.
Just check
you go to WLFE-DB.com. Just watch this.
Love it.
See, I just got to get Jenna to do the voiceover for it, and then we'll be all set.
And I see things like Robert. Even my mom says Ted is awesome. Genevieve, the best.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
thank
Genevieve.
You.
In private chats that her and I have, she
Look
speaks
who I
so
found.
highly.
Hi,
Look who I found.
Shit. Hi,
How
Cindy.
are you? The last time I saw you, Cindy, you were not feeling good. I think you had a migraine, didn't you?
I did.
Oh,
Yeah.
hopefully you're much better. You look cute with the little ponytail up there.
Thank you.
You know what that sort of reminds me of? Is remember that old TV show Genie?
Oh,
I
yeah.
dream of Genie. Yep. I dream of Genie.
So, you know what? Real quick, Cindy. So why don't you talk about your show quick? Tell people that are watching about your show. And that's it. Just, talk about your show for a second.
I feel terrible that I wasn't on earlier.
No, that's okay. We still got viewers.
Yes. So, my show is called Just Cindy. It is a wild, wacky, everything, whatever. Hey, Genevieve. Everything and nothing and all combined. It basically, what I wanted to convey with my show was, a spiritual journey of somebody that is a mom, a psychic medium, a witch, a whatever. It's like
Whatever.
It's like the layman version of, spiritual journey, I guess. So
Well,
everybody can relate.
Yeah, well, Cindy, you have such a different aspect of life and how you see things and do things than other people. And being a mom, being a witch, being a psychic medium, being all that stuff, it's refreshing because your views and the way you see life is totally different than a lot of people. So for you to have your own show, it just makes sense. You know what I mean?
Thank you, honey. I appreciate it.
And we've worked together for 3 years on Paratalk Radio.
We have been together for 3 years on Pure Talk.
Yeah.
And it's awesome. I love every single minute of it. It has been a wonderful, fun journey. What is Dom's thing doing?
Dom's thing? What
Hey,
thing?
so when I'm looking at Dom, it's like flashing something else. It's
Oh,
so
he's got a
weird.
light. He's got a light underneath the
These
microphone or
lights
something.
are on my microphones.
Oh, interesting.
No,
Yes,
but it's flashing something
Yeah,
else. though.
they
is.
do he needs flashy things. He needs the wait a minute.
like your LED lights. Yeah.
Yeah, they
Oh, you don't
flash
get the
the
full
light.
effect until I do this though.
Is this the
Listen.
first time you ever seen my show? Well, it's not my show. Is this the first time you ever seen my life then?
Who?
Cindy.
Tom, you
like
know
it.
I've seen your live thing. No. So normally it's Tom's that does the flashing thing, like what's going on, but yours is doing it now. It's weird. I've never seen your feed do it. I don't know. It's just weird.
I did it first. We're not going to talk about anything else. Let's talk about you, my friend.
Alicia Star puts in almost midnight here, but I'm a huge night owl.
Hi, Alicia.
So
How
I
are
got
you?
forever to watch and type a ton. So, it's so glad that we have people like that to follow the shows, and they're just very huge followers. And we all have that for each show.
Mm-hmm.
Dom, stop.
Dom.
He's doing my 2 books because he's got 2 books, and now we know Jason has 2 books
too.
So,
honestly, also check this out from the Carter novels. Paul Hollis. That was from the Hollow Man.
Oh, the Hollow
nice.
Man.
Guys.
Nice.
Yep.
That's cool.
That's cool.
Nice. Love it.
Even when it's not his show, he's still promoting other people.
That's so funny. Well, so I just wanted to say that so Just Cindy is on Thursdays at 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Mm-hmm.
And you just never know what she's going to say.
And that's what I was going to say, Jenna. That Jenna gave me my favorite tagline. You just never know what she's going to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it's your show. Your show is definitely different than anything else we have on the network, and it's great. You have become like a major part of Paratalk Radio, which I have been saying here for the past hours. Like, I didn't even bother putting Paratalk Radio on this, and I don't know why. I just overlooked it.
I know what we are here now.
I think it's because I was so invested in just promoting everybody else that I wasn't worried about us. So, but
yeah.
it's like stepping into the paranormal. Dave didn't make it. He didn't make it, and then there was Card Pulls and Coffee. She didn't make it.
I feel terrible because I don't know. So Teddy, you guys know that I just have had a lot going on in my life this week, and it's been rough this week, and I literally just took time to drain my brain, and I haven't done any spiritual work this week. And I literally sat here vegging, watching movies, and did not pay attention to the time. Literally,
but you know what? It was meant to be. It was meant to be. It's what you needed to do.
Yeah, and I felt bad afterward, and I'm like, oh my God. And Ted goes, what's wrong? And I'm like, I was supposed to be on the show. And he's like, well, hurry and get on it. I'm like, oh my God, I am so late. I'm 2 hours late. And he's like, well, just try, Mom. So
I don't know what being late is all about. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, no, she wasn't 15 minutes late.
I was actually on, but you didn't let me in. I was there.
I know. I
saw a message in the chat that said, I'm here. Let me in.
Well, I had taken a nap and I fell asleep, and I had told my honey to wake me up because I, for some reason, thought it was 9 because we're central. And he woke me up, and I was just like, oh. So I took care of things real quick.
Like, I didn't even prettify myself. I just literally was like, oh my God, I have to at least go over there. See what's going on.
I'll tell you this,
glad
Cindy,
you came on.
We're not going to talk about what you went through, things like that. But I want to tell you this, and I want the world to know this.
That Teddy's gay, everybody knows.
No, that within those formats of what you were going through, like those links were coming through, and we're like, "Fuck, let's go hit Cindy. Let's go check on her and stuff like that." So, like, this entire family is real.
So, people don't understand probably what you're talking about because I have my tarot show, which is not on WLFE, but everybody that. It was a train wreck of a show for me because I had gotten some news right before, literally moments before my show. And I went on my show and I was a wreck, literally a train wreck. I was crying. I was not well. I had a death of a friend, and it was just terrible. And
Yeah, I
everybody that
got
saw
nervous
that,
myself. I'm like, oh my god,
yeah,
Cindy's in chaos. Well, like, what
yeah,
can I do? Like, this is what I'm saying. We're
yeah.
here as family. Like,
We
this is a
really
cool
are a
show.
family. And my friends literally started immediately messaging me, Dom, I appreciate you. And your mom sent her
Of course.
her you know, apologies and letting me know that she was there. And everybody, like,
Yeah,
I had so many people from WLFE that started messaging me and just were like, oh my gosh,
that's what we're
if you
about.
need
We love
anything.
you. I mean,
I'm
we
so
love each
sorry,
other.
Cindy.
Thanks so much, Jenna. I
We
appreciate it.
absolutely love each
And,
other.
As well.
and we talked about this last night when we all got together. It's like a lot of
Yeah.
us have had problems. I've been going through a lot the
It's
past week,
Yes,
and
sir.
the
and it
collective is
just
rough right now.
right. But you know what? Bottom line is, like Dom was saying, is we are family. We're able to reach out and remind each other that you are
Yeah.
loved. You have somebody here for you. You
Yeah.
know, and I love that because everybody does it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and when Dom says WLFE is a family, he means it because
He really does mean it. We really are a family.
Yeah.
you know,
Absolutely.
and that's one thing about this network that I have to say is I don't know if any other network is, but I know that ours is.
Yeah.
I'm proud and happy to say that we are a family.
Ted,
We are a
you
family.
make it that way.
I
It's
would
that
rather.
way because of you.
Yeah.
It's true, and I would rather not
Yeah,
have
yeah.
a show than ever lose any of you as friends. Honestly,
Yeah.
Truthfully, like
I
take
just-
my
I
Monday
just
night
love
at 10
everybody.
p.m. I would rather just hang out with you guys. Honestly, take my Monday night.
Genevieve.
Yes, Genevieve said, and we love you, Genevieve. Genevieve was one of them that reached out to me as well. Yep.
Genevieve is my sister, so yeah,
Sister from another mister.
it doesn't matter. She's
Oh,
family.
Patricia. Oh,
But,
I
you know,
so
it's-
appreciate you, Mama Dom's
Yeah.
mama. You know.
Yeah. I just, you know,
Yeah.
I'm just, like I've said it 100 times, I'm just thankful that we have the shows that we have and the people are real. Their shows that they're talking about are definitely a part of them and what they've gone through or what they project. And so, like, you're getting the realest of the real with these shows. You're not getting something scripted whatsoever. I mean, Cindy and I,
No.
and she'll tell you the past 3 years that she came on the show with Paratalk Radio, we have gone through the shit mill. I mean, we have dealt with haters. Oh my God,
we have had fun.
Mhm.
We have had, listen, if anybody, Teddy's pretty like even keel. Like
I tried.
Teddy is pretty good at keeping his emotions in check, but you piss off this Aries right here,
Aries,
and you get
Moon
the
Aries.
ram horns. Because listen, if I am passionate about something, you damn well will know it. And if it is not ethical and moral, you know I am going to boot you in the ass because I am not going to pull any punches. Am I right, Teddy?
Yeah, I mean that's one thing about Cindy that's why I think Jenna put that tag in your outro or intro was because it's like you never know what Cindy's going to say, and it's really true because with Paratalk Radio the past 3 years, there's times I'm like, what, Cindy? What?
Teddy is like, okay, what did you I'm like, and I would be like, listen, this is on me. I'm the one saying it. And listen, we don't have to agree with what everybody is saying.
Right. And she actually helped me understand a few things as well. You know, and we've taught each other over the years that, you know, we can be like opposite and still able to sit next to each other, do a show and talk about things that at the end of the night still give each other a hug and a kiss and say, I love you.
Exactly.
Check out Genevieve. She goes, definitely love you all. And you know what, Genevieve? Right back to you, my friend.
Yeah,
my sister.
I can't wait to meet Genevieve. I can't wait to meet Jenna. I can't wait to meet Dom. Teddy, you know I love you, and I've met you.
Because she doesn't want to meet me anymore.
I want to fucking be able to go back to our studio and be able to see each other all the time. Not that this isn't convenient and being able to do it from home, but I miss John and I miss you. I miss you guys.
We need
it's hard not getting out.
We need concerts.
It is.
We need to just do this for a living forever.
I need to go shake my ass to some music. That's what it comes down to.
Turn it on in your living room, girl.
What?
Shake
I
it.
do that actually, Jenna.
I do it when I'm doing dishes. I'm like, oh, I'm moving. Like, I think if anybody ever saw, I'd be like so in trouble. But
No. They totally turn the camera on for me and do it live. I'm okay with a dance party in my living room.
Let me say something. I have an 80-year-old mother that I put the Alexa Echo in the kitchen. And when she's in there, she will turn on Elvis Presley on Alexa, and she will dance her ass off. Even though she can't move that much, she does it. And it just, one of the things that doctors told me about my mom is that she's always been a mover and a shaker. And with that, that's what's made her healthy, stay in shape and all that stuff. So for her, it just needs to keep doing it. And I've seen it over the past year, because I used to go to one of my favorite clubs, one of my favorite hangouts was the Rooster, now called Nashville's. And we used to go there and line dance, because line dance actually is an exercise as well, because you're constantly moving. You can lose weight, you stay in shape. And for the past year, nobody's been able to do it. So, all of us have gained that COVID-19 pounds. And it sucks. Even with keto,
You're so skinny, Cindy. Cindy's like tiny.
I know
she
is.
gained like an ounce.
Listen, I eliminated 28 pounds and then I gained 10 back, and so I'm not so happy.
You know what?
That's right.
Anymore.
Oh,
well,
shit.
The thing is, it's funny because somebody just told me, they're like, listen, they told me that you look. I didn't see what that last one said. What did it say?
Genevieve. It says I have kitchen dance parties.
Mine is living room parties, and I have Jet and Jansen come and dance with me sometimes. They don't always do it.
I put on, Robert, I put on 80s music too. I love 70s and 80s.
Jenna, I
love
the
90s too. Yeah.
It's because
either death metal or 80s. That's how you could find me.
Well, I like death metal too. However, it's not like unless I want to break my living room apart and thrash myself up against the wall, that's just not fun. There's no mosh pits. You know what I'm saying? So
no mosh pits. No.
I just don't want to break my shit.
No, I understand. I have to interrupt though, you guys. I apologize, but it's going on almost 4 hours.
Yeah.
And I have to say goodbye.
Jenna,
I'm so glad I got to see you at least, honey.
No, me too.
I
haven't seen you for
happy.
a long time.
Jenna, before you leave, I want to say this to you. I appreciate you for being on all of my shows. Real Talk with Dom, and I'll see you on March 22nd. You are absolutely amazing.
Dom's birthday is March 22nd.
It's the day after 23rd.
Yeah, my birthday is the 23rd. She's gonna be
yours
on
is the 23rd. It's somebody else's birthday on the 22nd.
Bye, Jenna.
Bye, Jenna. It was nice to see you again.
Oh my God, I didn't plan on being this long either. That's way over what I had scheduled. So
Dom's frozen. I'm frozen. We're all frozen.
Nah, you're all right. You're right. We see you. You're fine. But
mine isn't.
I myself
may have to go out and come back in.
I have been sitting here for 4 hours myself, and I really need to go to the little boys' room. I need to a few things. And, I really just want to say thank you to everybody for coming on the show to wrap this up. And then you can go backstage if you want. But, it's just thank you so much, everybody, for being here.
Thanks for
letting us on, because we had a good time last night. And I had a good time last night because of what we do every day as far as being friends. And this is what we do for, just to be together. And I love all of it. Honestly. Thank you. Ted,
All
Cindy,
right.
all of you.
Yeah. So, guys, don't forget then. So now you can go check out all of the TV shows that we have simply by going to WLFE-DB.com. It's right on the opening page. You can watch it right there. If you want to watch, say you want to watch Dom's show on Monday nights at 10 o'clock, you're watching, rebroadcast, all you have to do is hit that red live button, and it takes you immediately to him live. So it's very easy to use. They're great shows. We have some new shows coming over all the time, and we just want you guys to come and check things out. It's a lot of fun.
They're all great shows, and I look
There's
forward.
lots of different shows too.
Yeah, I look forward.
Something for everybody.
Cindy, with you, I look forward to a Monday night with you and Ted. I look forward to just in the StreamYard with Genevieve. Like, hey, we got this again. Y'all. I always tell her, "Are you ready?" I'm ready. We're on the runway. I love it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I got it. Cool. I say pretty much the same thing. Are you ready, Cindy? Do you know what time it is, Cindy? And then we do our ending that way as well. So yeah.
I love you guys.
Right. I love you too. All right, guys. We will talk to everybody soon. Please check out all the shows. There's a schedule on the Facebook page. There's schedules on the actual website itself. Thank you for hanging out with us for this marvelous 4 hours. I said it at 3, and I can't believe it's been 4. It's been amazing.
It's a
so
marathon.
Much. Yeah, and you will be able to rewatch this whole thing again on the Stream TV channels. It'll be their big, long night of anything and everything. But good night, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us. You're welcome. You're welcome. Good night, guys.
Oh, yeah. Life just got sweeter now that Wlfe-Db has merchandise. Show your support by purchasing your t-shirts for WLFE, Paratalk Radio, Inside the Drag Closet, and more. But it doesn't stop there. T-shirts, coffee mugs, tanks, buttons, cloth bags, and more. Go to WLFE-DB.com. On the top bar, click on the merchandise tab and bam, there you go. You got merch. Support the shows. WLFE-DB.com. WLFE-DB.com, where you can find vodcast shows, podcasts, and more like Where's My Sage, Inside the Drag Closet, Across the Pond, Paratalk Radio, Just Cindy, and more. So go check out www.WLFE-DB.com. Our shows are your shows.